Hello! We've already got piggies in the chat, yay! I like to bring the pig back intermittently, you know? Make you wait for him a little bit. But how's everyone doing? Can we see me, hear me okay, everything like that? I do wish, I like having the chat on the screen, but I hate that the, like, pig emojis and stuff don't actually show up on, like, you know, the actual live stream thing. They show up in the, like, the actual YouTube chat. But, oh well. If we get one more member, I get to make another emoji. So, if that motivates anyone to join the members so that I can make an emoji, because I want to. I don't know of what. We can take requests, but I just really like making the emojis. I didn't think that was going to be something that I liked. When I, like, set up the YouTube membership thing, I was like, who cares about, why would I need to make my own emojis? And then I was like, well, if it's an option, I might as well do it. And then I started doing it, and I was like, wait, this is actually so fun. But they make you earn them. You have to, like, get a certain amount of members to have a certain amount of emojis. So I need one more so I can get another emoji. But then I always wonder, too, I'm like, if I lose any members, if someone, like, cancels their membership, do they take one of my emojis away? Or is it like, once you have them, you have them? I don't know. Hopefully it never comes to that. Hopefully I always have the amount of members that I'm supposed to have for the amount of emojis that I have. But I guess I don't know. But anyway, how's everyone doing? Yet again, I'm very confused. We talked about this in the last members thing. YouTube just launched this, like, top fans feature where I guess it's, like, ranking people in the chat based on how much they engage with the video. I still don't really understand how it works, though, because I'm only seeing in the chat, I see 1 and 2, but there's more people that are chatting, so I don't know where. I thought it was supposed to do, like, 2 out of 5. Where's the others? I don't know. I don't understand how it works at all. But I guess it's like a cute little feature that they're doing now. Gets people to engage more, I suppose. Anyway. Welcome. So, it's been a minute since we've done like an actual kind of pop girly stream. The last time we talked about Asan, which is not really, I mean, there was like a pop girly involved in that because he, yeah, I do see the leaderboard, but I just don't know why, like when people are chatting, it doesn't always say like number 3, number 4, or whatever. I only see number 1 and number 2 in the chat, but theoretically, because these are the people that are chatting, there should be like a 3 and a 4 and stuff, right? Right? If you're chatting, you should be on the leaderboard. I don't know. But yeah, so last time, that was somewhat like inspired by a pop girly, since I was only talking about Hassan because he had talked about Sabrina Carpenter. But even then, I didn't even really talk about like his commentary on Sabrina Carpenter that much, because I don't fully disagree with him. I just kind of had some critiques of how he, you know, talks about stuff. We don't need to rehash it. It's fine. It's whatever. But we didn't talk about a pop girly last time. And then I was supposed to do, because I've been doing these like every other week. But then last week I didn't because I got busy. So it's been really a while. Like, I think, when was the Taylor one? That was well over a month ago. And then the first stream that we did, like 2 months ago. So yeah, I already see someone saying, what is this list? This list is like the whole reason we're doing this, actually. So at the end of last year, I did a pop girly bracket, pop girly 2024 bracket, to figure out who was like the pop girly of the year. And we all voted. It was democratic. We loved it. And this year, I wanted to like really refine the nominees. So that's what we're doing. We are going through and we're talking about pop girlies, where they're at this year, what they're up to, so that by the end of the year, we have like a good basis and we can all decide somewhat democratically. I mean, I'm still gonna ultimately be the one making the bracket, so it is still gonna be me. But I do just want to get everyone's opinion on like who are the girlies we're paying attention to, who's making it onto the bracket, so that we can decide who the #1 pop girly of the year is. So the first stream we did, we talked about Gaga, JoJo Siwa, and Katy Perry. I have people highlighted here in purple-ish. I don't know if it's gonna show up very well on your screens, because it is kind of, maybe I'll make it like a darker color, brighter. I'm trying to like highlight who, oh shit. Trying to highlight who we've already talked about and who we're also gonna talk about this stream, so that we can kind of just keep track of everyone. We can know where everybody stands. I've made like a few changes to the list, but not many. But so that's what we're gonna do today. Taylor Swift today we're going to talk about Doechii, Charli, and Twigs. We were supposed to talk about that on the second stream of this series, but then Taylor Swift had to go and get all of her music back. So then we talk about Taylor Swift instead. But this time we're actually going to talk about Doechii, Charli XCX, and FKA Twigs. So yeah, it's just soloists, no groups. Yeah, in Bad Bunny, so Pop Girly, it's more of like a vibe. It's anyone who's like kind of in the conversation, and to people who like pay attention to pop music, especially like female dominated pop music, like the girls and the gays. Anyone that those people like pay attention to, they can make it on the list. You don't have to be female to be here. So we do have a few guys. Yeah, Bad Bunny, he's in the running because I think Bad Bunny is obviously like hugely popular, and he also is someone that I kind of pay like a little bit of attention to. I don't pay like super close attention. I'll be honest, any man on this list, I'm probably not paying that much attention to them, but they are still kind of like, they're in the orbit. I know who they are. I know what they're doing. Benson Boone, he also he's in the running. Justin Bieber, so this is the one change I made last time, because here's the thing too. When we're judging pop girlies, it's about pop music, but it is also about celebrity, and it's about narrative and meta-narrative. So part of the thing that we discuss is like what they've done this year in terms of like their overall celebrity. Like if they went to the Met Gala, if they're doing a lot of interviews, if they had a scandal, or if they did something really cool, something that we like, you know, like that all kind of goes into it. It's about music, but it's also about meta-narrative. You do have to, though, do something music related in the year to be a part of the running. Justin Bieber, last time I had put him, I think I had put him in most likely nominees. But because he had done like a song with SZA, and he's obviously been like a part of, you know, celebrity news a lot recently. But I decided to just take him off the most likely and put him back down to like a possible nominee, because he only did the one song. He did a song with SZA live, a song that they've already like released, but he like showed up and did a live performance. So I was like, oh, there's that. I guess he's like technically back in the game, but he's mostly been in the news for like his scandals, and it's just not something that I'm like super excited to jump into. So I'm putting him back down into possible. He's gonna need to release something else or do something else to get back into like most likely or very likely. I see someone saying now, why is Hilary Duff on the list? Hilary Duff is on the list because she has been teasing new music. So some of these are like, they're possible nominees in terms of, are they gonna do anything that's like, that people pay attention to, you know? Like, are they gonna be a part of the culture in that way? And some of them are possible nominees for like, if they release music, I'm putting them on the list. If Hilary Duff releases an album this year, she's going on. I don't care. Same thing with like Carly Rae Jepsen and Rita Sawayama. They haven't released anything yet, but they might. Hemlock Springs might release something. Though I don't know, Hemlock Springs is more of kind of like just my own personal picks. I like Hemlock Springs and I want to like promote her, but she's definitely, there's not a whole lot of meta narrative there. She's not totally in the running. I just want to put her on here just out of like the hope, you know? And the same thing, someone, I think it was Matt, was lobbying for Arca. Arca, I definitely think could be on there. We'll see what she does for the rest of the year. I am thinking though of like, because there are a lot of people who I just don't feel like there's a whole lot of meta narrative around them right now. And I'm like, maybe there could be a separate category for like pop girly non-competitive. You know what I mean? Like they're not necessarily lobbying for pop girly of the year, but they are still like releasing music and releasing music that's good. So maybe there can be a separate category. We'll have to decide by the end of the year and we'll see where everyone stands. But maybe there can be a separate category for just like, you released music this year and we liked it, so thank you. But yeah, that's that's the idea here. These are the people that, like, they are most certainly gonna be nominated. Though I might make some changes to this by the end of this stream. We're gonna talk about it. Sabrina Carpenter had been in Very Likely before because she hadn't released anything at the time. She's since released a single and also, obviously, an album cover that a lot of people have had a lot to say about. So Sabrina has really kind of charged her way right back into the most likely nominees category. But so that's that. Anyway. So I do have a slideshow. This is kind of the format. And you know, it's new, so we're experimenting. But the format so far is as such. We'll go through and we'll introduce people to the list. Like, that's what all those highlighted names were. Is like, we've now talked about them. We've done like a little slide presentation of what they've been up to. And then after we've like introduced them, every time we do this, we'll do a little like update section of what anyone that we've already talked about has done since the last time we talked about them. So that's what we're starting with. We're starting with some updates. We talked about Marina previously. Now, Marina is someone who I have a lot of fondness for. I am like an OG Diamond, back when she was Marina and the Diamond. I love her very, 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 very much. I'm always a little bit like hit or miss on her albums. I have said before, I think she puts out a great album once every other album. And the most controversial opinion I have is that Electra Heart is not one of the others where it's like really good. I think Family Jewels is incredible. Electra Heart is fine. It's just very like, it's a very Dr. Luke album. It's very of its time. There are obviously songs that stand out, but when you look at the album as a whole, it's just incredibly dated. And, you know, there's not like a whole lot of personality behind Electra Heart. There's like, you know, a concept. I saw someone say she's a Depp supporter. No. I'm going to be a little defensive of her for a minute. She did share something involving Johnny Depp at one point after the trial, but it was like a year after. It wasn't during. And it wasn't like, it was just like a quote, or it was something from like a movie that he did. I don't remember. But I'm not taking that as like full-on support. I think that was, because like the quote is unrelated to like the trial or anything. I wish she hadn't posted it, but I don't know that that's why she was posting it, was to like show support for him. I would need way, way more from her for whatever she said. Like, I would need more commentary from her to say that like she sides with Johnny Depp. I don't know that that's true or fair. I do wish she would say something though, because I know that was a big thing that, you know, once she posted that story, then a lot of people were upset about it. I wish she had then maybe like caught on to that and then made a different story. It was like, fuck Johnny Depp, but oh well. She did do that with Israel and Palestine, which I thought was good. Like, she had posted something after October 7th and then got a lot of pushback and then educated herself and then started posting like pro Palestine stuff, which I appreciate. So obviously with Palestine, that's a way bigger like thing than Johnny Depp Amber Heard, because it's an ongoing genocide. Whereas when she posted the Johnny Depp thing, the trial was like well over. But that being said, I do wish that like the energy she had to like notice the criticism and then respond to it, I do wish she had for that, but that's fine. But anyway, in terms of her music, someone was saying something about she referenced Lolita. I don't think, are you talking about the Sabrina thing? No, she did not. Sabrina, we're gonna have to pause conversations on, because Sabrina's gonna get added to the slideshow at some point. So we'll have a whole conversation about Sabrina on a separate date. But if we're talking about the Lolita thing with Sabrina, she did not reference Lolita. That's a whole thing. We're not even going to get into it. But, and if people are saying that about Marina, then that also definitely did not happen. But anyway, so yeah. Electra Heart, fine. Family Jewels, incredible. Fruit, one of my favorite albums. Fucking love that album. Love and Fear, not amazing. Not amazing. She did say something recently. Someone had asked her something on like TikTok, and then something about Love and Fear, and then she said, I have fan PTSD from that album. I only remember like 2 songs. And yeah, the Love and Fear album is not incredible. It kind of is bad. But then Ancient Dreams in a Modern Land, pretty good. I think like musically, production-wise, great album. Lyrics, little too on the nose sometimes. Like it just gets a little, I don't know. Sometimes her lyrics are not, I don't know. It's just a weird thing with her. When she's on, she's on. And when she's not on, she's not on. And for this album, I think it's a mixed bag. I think this is the first time where I wouldn't say, I don't know. It's mixed for me. There's songs that I really, really love, and other songs where I'm like, ooh, like the Hello Kitty one. It's just really corny. A lot of her lyrics are really corny, and I do like it sometimes, but sometimes I don't. So I'm kind of mixed on this one. I might need a little bit more time to sit with it, but I think musically it's great. Like the production's great. I also, it's her first album as like an independent artist because she left Atlantic Records. So that's pretty cool. We love that. We love an independent girly. I forgot why she started calling herself Marina. Is it because she wanted a rebrand or something? She talked about it in an interview recently, and she has been doing a lot of interviews this album cycle. Way more than she did last time. Though I guess last time we were more in like the thick of the pandemic. So maybe that's why. But I don't remember exactly what she said, but I think it was just something about, it was kind of like a rebrand, but I think it was like more personal than that. I think she just wanted to like, I don't know, integrate her music and her stage persona. I'm not sure. I also kind of wonder if she maybe got sick of everyone thinking that she was in a band. She would do so many interviews with people who would be like, oh, Marina from Marina and the Diamonds, not realizing that she is Marina and the Diamonds, or that the Diamonds are like her fans or whatever. But I can imagine that would get annoying. She did do, yeah, Cantissimo is great. Cantissimo is so good. And there are other songs on the album that I think are like legitimately incredible. But then there's other ones, like the Hello Kitty one, where I'm like, but that's okay. But she did release a music video. And I'm not going to play the whole thing because, you know, copyright. But I did just kind of, first of all, she looks incredible. And also, she released, this is the thing with her being like hit or miss. And it's so confusing too, because I'm like, I don't know how the girl who wrote like the entirety of the Fruit album then writes a song like True. I don't know how that happens, but it does happen. And the same thing with this album. The first song she released, Butterfly, it's like fine. There's parts of it that I think are kind of cute, but the fucking bridge, every time I hear it, I'm like, I cannot take this seriously whatsoever. And I was so nervous because it's like I said, every other album is so good. And when I first heard Butterfly as the first single, I was like, oh fuck, this is going to be one of the albums that's not very good. Shit. But the rest of the album is pretty good. Minus, you know, a couple songs. But this She looks so cute. I love it. I love the production. I love everything about it. The one thing, though, that I have started to notice with her, and I can't, like, once I've seen it, I can't unsee it. And it's the same thing to me with Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa, if you watch, when she's not being choreographed and she just needs to, like, do something in a video and, like, move around, Dua will just, like, move her arms a lot. She does this, especially if you watch the Illusion video. She just kind of goes like this a lot. She's just like, she just doesn't know what to do with her arms. So she just keeps going like this. And Marina does very similar things. I started noticing, like, oh, okay, she's doing a lot of the same sort of arm movements. And then my friend Michael also pointed out that she does stuff with her wrist a lot. She'll, like, constantly have, like, a bent wrist. She'll be like, and, like, watch, she does it right here. It's like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. She is always doing shit with her wrists. And a lot of arm movement, too. It's just very funny to me. It's funny. It's the same thing also, Chapel. When Chapel performs, she always goes like that. She, like, puts her arm out like that. Oh my god, you can see my arm jiggle when I do that. I shouldn't do it anymore. And then, like, who is it? Is it Brittany or is it Christina? One of them keeps, like, moving their hands while they're holding a mic. They go like, ugh. It must be Christina because she's actually using the microphone. No shade, obviously. I love Brittany. But yeah, she's always like, boop, boop. And then Brittany, during her, like, Vegas show, she would always tighten her ponytail because she didn't give a fuck. But she would go like, and try to almost make it like it was a move. Like, I like noticing these little things that the girls do. But once you see them, you cannot unsee them. But so yeah, that's our update with Marina. The album is out. It's pretty good. I might need, like, a little bit more time with it. It's no fruit, unfortunately, but very few things are. Gaga also, I could have done this one during the Taylor Swift update, but I forgot. But Gaga is now an EGO winner. Not an EGOT, but an EGO. She got an Emmy for this performance that she did during the Super Bowl, like before the Super Bowl, of Hold My Hand. And she got, like, a sports Emmy for it. So that's very cool. She's just now a Tony away from an EGOT. Yeah, it could be because Dua and Marina are not trained dancers, though Dua trained more. Yeah, I think it's very that, and I also think it has a lot to do, because I don't think Gaga has as many. She does have, like, some stuff in terms of, if you watch her live performances, this isn't the same thing exactly, but she just loves to tell people to put their hands up, or to stand up, or get up. She has a lot of, like, vocal, not tics, but, like, I don't know what you would call it. Just go-tos. Whereas I don't think that she really has the same kind of visual stuff that she does in, like, all of her music videos or anything. And the same thing with Britney. Britney, when she stopped caring as much, when she was under her conservatorship and didn't really have a choice over the stuff she was doing, she would get a lot more stuff like that. Like, in her live performances, she had some more kind of, like, tics, for lack of a better term. But if you watch, like, her music videos and stuff, she doesn't have those same kinds of go-tos. And I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that both Gaga and Britney, prior to being pop stars, did do a bit of acting. Like, they were both trained as actors. So I wonder if they also are just more, if they're more knowledgeable and, like, skilled in terms of just doing different stuff, like knowing as trained actors to an extent to how to do like a whole bunch of different takes and try a bunch of different stuff, whereas like Marina and Dua just kind of want to look cute in a video, so they just kind of go like this. Whereas maybe like Gaga and Britney and other people like them, people who were like trained as actors or dancers or whatever, maybe they just have those skill sets of like, oh, I know different things to do with my body in a take. And I also feel comfortable doing like many takes that people can use. Is Mayhem album good? Yes, it's incredible. It's so good. But yeah, Gaga's an ego winner, one away from an EGOT, and she'll get that T eventually. She just needs a Tony, so she just needs to do something on stage. And it can be anything. It can be like, she can be an actor, she can maybe even just be a producer, depending on how she gets credited. She could do the songs. She will have an EGOT at some point. Ethel Kane also, her album's coming out, and then she's released I think 1 or 2 singles so far, and then she also did something else. I was on her, I was just on YouTube earlier, and I saw she put something up on her YouTube channel. It was like a 10-minute video. I don't know if it's a song or what she's up to. But I did also want to point out, because this is why I'm like, I don't know what Ethel Kane is up to. A month ago, she did a whole 1 hour, 20-minute video reviewing perfumes. She says, my collection of smell goods. So you can watch that if you want to hear her review perfumes. So that's cute. We love Ethel. And then, yeah, she's got an album coming out. Yeah, this is what came up. I like how it makes it look like I watched the whole thing. I did not. I turned it on for a second because I was like, what is this? I have no idea. There's no description. But she's a fun girl. So that's our update with Ethel. Then we've got to talk about JoJo Siwa again. So there's a few things with JoJo. First of all, I'm getting concerned. When she left Big Brother... Oh, and by the way, before I even start this, because I don't want a whole bunch of people in the chat, and it's probably already going to happen because the chat's on a delay, so it doesn't even really matter what I say for the next, like, 30 seconds, but we're not doing JoJo slander in the chat. Everyone's shitting on JoJo all the time. That's not what we're doing, so let's just put that up front. We're not shit-talking JoJo here. You can criticize her. You can say that she's cringe or whatever. She kind of is. She definitely is. But let's also remember that she's a 22-year-old girl. She's figuring shit out. Let's be nice. Let's be respectful. So the first thing I have to say is, like, I'm getting fucking concerned about her relationship with this Chris person. Now, I don't know really anything about him. I know that he was on some Love Island show at some point, and then he was on the Big Brother thing that she was on. I, at some point recently, came across he had like a rap song. I don't know if that's something that, like, he did for a while. I don't know. I don't know anything about this man, because he's British, and I'm very American in the way that I don't really know what's happening outside of America. Wish I didn't know everything that was happening inside of America, but I do. But whatever. But so yeah, he showed up. They had this whole thing on the Big Brother thing. That's the only reason I know who he is. So I don't know if he's like a good guy or whatever. He seemed nice in the clips that I saw. He was nice to her. But he is quite a bit older. He's like 31, 32 or something, but also so was her ex. Her ex was like 27, which I think at that point, 27 to 32 is pretty much the same. That's the same kind of like age bracket. But he's like 31, 32. She's 22. It is a bit of an age gap. For me, I think age gaps are always based on certain, well, not always, obviously there are some age gaps where it's like, no, that's bad every time. But I think a lot of it is based on circumstances, and with JoJo, it's such a hard thing to even say, like, what is an appropriate age for JoJo to date? Because in some ways, she has been working since she was a child, like literal child, not even teenage child, but like child. Like, I think she was in pageants and stuff or dance competitions as like a toddler. And then obviously she was on Dance Moms, and then that spiraled into like a Nickelodeon thing and her like little bow tie thing. She's been around for like a minute, and so it's like she has so much experience like working and being at the center of this like industry where I think there's a lot of people her age that she can't relate to because they don't have the life experience that she has. At the same time, though, because she's been working for so long and has been in the public eye for so long, she also didn't get a real childhood. So she's like, in some ways, more mature than the average 22-year-old, and then in other ways, way less mature than the average 22-year-old, because she's pretty clearly in a state of like arrested development. So I'm like, I just don't even know who's an appropriate person for JoJo Siwa to date. I'm not sure. And with the whole 31-22 thing, I was like, well, whatever, they're in Big Brother. They're like, you're in like a confined space with someone. I get how like just the circumstances of it will bring two people together. I'm not gonna think that much about it, but it's like they're moving so fast post Big Brother, and that's what's freaking me out now. Because now I'm like, okay, whatever. She's a 22-year-old that hooked up with a 31-year-old. Now she's a 22-year-old who's like not the most mature person. And she's with this guy, and it seems like they're really serious. They're constantly talking about each other in interviews. They're like a very public couple. I don't think they live together at this point, but I wouldn't really be surprised if they moved in together somewhat soon. Because it just kind of seems like they're moving so fast. But I don't know. I don't want to like think anything bad about the dude because I don't know anything about him. And from what I've seen, he seemed nice. But it's just like she just got out of like a relationship. And that relationship, by the way, too, when everyone keeps talking about, and this is all the shit that people are doing on the internet and on like YouTube with their slop content, which we'll talk about more in a second. Everyone keeps calling her a cheater or whatever for her, because she started like, she didn't hook up with him during Big Brother. They didn't make out or anything. And if they did, we would have seen it because it's Big Brother. There's cameras everywhere. That's the whole point. But they didn't actually do anything sexual, but they definitely were getting very close and cozy. And yeah, it was, if that was your partner and you were watching them do that with someone else, you would be uncomfortable. So I don't even blame the ex for like being weirded out by it. But everyone keeps accusing her of cheating. And like, first of all, she technically didn't. She didn't technically cheat. She didn't make out with him or anything. They just like cuddled, which maybe is inappropriate, but whatever. I guess people have different lines for cheating. But then people are acting like she betrayed her girlfriend of like so many years. Her and that girlfriend had been together since like December of the year before. They had been together for like 5 months. And I'm sorry, when you're with someone for 5 months, you're not locked down yet. You know? You shouldn't cheat on someone. You should end your relationship before you go to someone else. But like, imagine you're in the Big Brother environment. You can't leave. You're just in this one place. You're stuck in that place. And it's like, yeah, she started having feelings for this person that she was in this environment with. She didn't have any way to like separate herself from that and be like, oh, I'm having inappropriate feelings for someone and I have a girlfriend. I'd better stop talking to this person because I have a girlfriend. She couldn't do that. She had to be stuck in this environment with this person that she clearly was into. So it's like, I just don't even think that like it's really comparable to anything else. It's not even like they were work friends or something. And that would be whatever. But It's like she literally couldn't separate herself from the person that she had an interest in, and she still didn't make out with him or do anything else. So I think that shows a tremendous amount of restraint, actually. And again, it was for her girlfriend of 5 months. Like, who cares? They were probably gonna break up anyway. But yeah, she went from a relationship where, and she might have even been referring to her girlfriend as like her fiance at the time, I don't remember. But she clearly got into that relationship very quickly, got very serious very fast, and now is just doing it again. And that, it makes me worried. It makes me really worried. And she's also doing so much still. Like, I went through like a small little JoJo Siwa rabbit hole. I didn't fully go down it, but I clicked on one video, one interview that she had done, and then so many others popped up that were all from like around the same time, like the last month or two. She basically went from being on Big Brother to just immediately doing interviews, promos, doing music videos, whatever. And it's like, that's a 22-year-old. Slow down, JoJo. Didn't you make enough money from the bows? Ugh. Poor girl. And it's like, she does some stuff that I think is absolutely fair to criticize her on, especially her defense of some pretty abusive people. Colleen Ballinger, James Charles, Abby Lee Miller. But she also has clearly been surrounded by abusive people for her whole life. And it's like, oh, of course she normalized it. And I hope that Chris is not a person like that. I hope that even with my concerns, I still have some hope. I'm like, maybe he is just like a really good guy and he's gonna like help her separate from some of the other more toxic people in her life. And maybe, I don't know, I'm sure he has friends. Maybe she can lean on his friends. I don't know what her social circle really looks like other than the people who I think are like kind of shitty. So I don't know. I just want her to have someone in her life that's like a good person who cares about her. Yeah, I think her whole life would fall apart if she admitted Colleen and Abby all suck because it means that her mom does too and she can't realize that yet. I think that really is a big thing. I think her mom fully is like... And that, it made me so sad in the interview too because she was still talking about like her relationship with her mom and I was like, I just... Girl, she was bleaching your hair at 3 years old. I know that I'm not going to say your mom's a terrible person because I'm sure she cares about you and whatever, but like she has kind of been abusing you your whole life. I don't know what to tell you. And that's, you know, abuse is complicated and there are complicated feelings involved in it. And it's okay to acknowledge that. Poor JoJo. I really do feel for her, but I don't know how this is gonna turn out, because I don't know what a future looks like for her where she doesn't come to terms with the abuse that she has endured. And I also don't know what the future looks like for her if she does do that. Like, it would fuck her whole life up. It would turn the whole thing upside down. Poor girl. Yeah, oh my god, 3 years old, you can barely speak yet. Yeah, and she also, I heard someone say in one of the other streams, someone in the chat said that she has some sort of like alopecia from like the front of her hair because of like her ponytails, because of how tight the ponytails were, that it like was ripping hair out of like the top of her head. And yeah, like the branding that she had to like succumb to has affected her physically in a lot of ways. And also look at those veneers. I can never get over them. He has very white teeth too, but you can at least see like there's a gap, you know, like there's actual individual teeth there. Hers are just like one straight line of just white. And that's fine. To each their own. But every time I see her smile or talk, it's so distracting to me. I'm like, wow, look at those chompers. Ugh. Yeah, someone in my comments pointed out the dissonance of everyone saying poor Jeanette McCurdy will be kinder to child stars in one upload after Quiet on Set and then also doing JoJo slop. It's so sad. Yeah, fully. I definitely think that there's, and Jeanette McCurdy's mom was pretty bad. If you read her book, like, her mom really was a nightmare. I don't know if with JoJo it's that to that extent. But I don't know. It's hard to say that it's not because it's like, well, JoJo was the face of like a full empire in ways that Jeanette McCurdy really never was. And she is kind of trapped in this like state of perpetual childhood in a way. It's sad. It's sad. And it doesn't get better because she also, oh shit, I opened it up in the wrong tab. Her exes are now doing TikToks together. It's become a whole thing. Like, other people in her life are now just joining into this JoJo Siwa slop train. And it's like, you're just fucking weird. I'm sorry. I don't know who this person is, and I don't know how old they are, but this is a 27-year-old who was in a relationship with a 22-year-old for 5 months. And not just any 22-year-old, a 22-year-old who's, like, been taken advantage of by a lot of people. They were together for 5 months, and now they just keep making, like, TikToks about JoJo or podcast episodes. While JoJo, honestly, I think JoJo's been really respectful toward this ex in particular. I don't know anything about this one. I'm not fully caught up on the JoJo Siwa lore. But this person, creepy and weird to me. Creepy and weird. Anyway. Shit. My thing keeps moving over. And then we have the slop problem. I'm gonna say this. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna say this in the nicest way possible. Genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with you if you're making videos like this? I don't know who this person is. It's, I wrote it down somewhere. Anna Marie Forcino. Never watched any of her videos before. I've heard other people say that they like her. I don't know anything about her. But I don't care to. Go fuck yourself if you're doing shit like this. I seriously don't know what has to go through your mind to be putting up a thumbnail, making fun of someone with a title that says, "Everybody hates JoJo Siwa." JoJo Siwa didn't do anything to you. Like, literally nothing. And look at that fucking stank face, too. Like, what's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I can't imagine, even people that I have criticisms of, and I do think that there are criticisms to be had of JoJo Siwa in the grand scheme of things. I don't think she's done anything recently that warrants all of this. But at some point in her life, okay, maybe. Not this. Even that stuff, you don't need an "Everybody Hates JoJo Siwa" title. Crazy. I don't know. I think being on YouTube and being on social media in general just like really, really warps people's brains, because I seriously cannot understand why you would ever think that this title is appropriate. Everybody hates JoJo Siwa? You're just being fucking mean. Yeah, I watched the video and it's not the worst, but like, come on. I'm sure that like the commentary inside the video is not that severe. But it's the title alone. It's like, JoJo Siwa is a person. JoJo Siwa is also a person who clearly, like, she exists on the internet. She's gonna see shit like this. And she really might see this one in particular, because it keeps coming up on my recommended. It just keeps showing up. And I've never watched this person's videos before, so I don't know why. But clearly it's getting pushed to a lot of people by the algorithm. So it's doing good numbers. And yeah, 5 days ago, I think I screenshotted this like 3 days ago. And it was already close to 1 million. So it's probably gonna be 1 million by like the end of the month. And it just says everybody hates JoJo Siwa. Someone who didn't really do anything wrong. Just why? What has to happen to you where you just are so comfortable being so fucking mean to people? Also, she didn't say, actually, I'm not. She said she's still queer, but that's less fun to clickbait. Yeah, she's trying to use, because this is a pink quote, which also, I don't know if people got. Maybe I pointed it out. I don't remember. But my thumbnail from the Hassan stream, because he had said something about how people misunderstood his commentary or whatever on Depth We Heard, which no, we didn't. I put up, because I just took misunderstood and I was like, oh, it's like the Pink album. So if you saw the thumbnail from the Hassan stream, that's Pink album's cover. I just put Hassan's face on it and I made his hair kind of purple. So I thought that was cute. But so this is another, I'm apparently very well versed in Pink lore. Pink one time did a speech where she started off by saying, I'm gay. Actually, I'm not. And it is like a funny meme, because Pink actually is not gay. Though I don't know that people know that, because she has some lesbian vibes. And she did propose to her husband. That's definitely kind of gay, in terms of like heteronormative norms. But that's the reference here. And I just don't think it's appropriate at all. So we're going to talk about that too. The whole thing that people are upset about now is that JoJo, god damn it, I keep opening it in the wrong fucking tab. JoJo had said that she's felt pressured to come out as a lesbian. She said, I kind of boxed myself in. I'm doing this on, I should not swear so much, YouTube doesn't like it. I'm doing this on, like, a different browser profile, and I don't have any ad blockers or anything on it, and every time I open up a website, I'm like, wow. It's just all ads. They just keep showing up. But yeah, she said, I kind of boxed myself in. She felt pressured to come out as a lesbian, which I guess people are now upset with her about this. And why? Why? When that's absolutely what happened. So she said in an new interview with Daily Mail's You magazine, because JoJo Siwa keeps doing interviews, just constantly, like, what is the Daily Mail's You magazine? Why is she doing interviews with the Daily Mail, period? They're like the lowest of the low. Why don't you go do an interview with Page 6 or New York Post. I guess that's the same thing. I think New York Post is Page 6, but she said, when I came out at 17, I said I'm pansexual because I don't care about gender, but then I kind of boxed myself in and I said I'm a lesbian, and I think I did that because of pressure. She felt pressure in a weird way from inside the LGBT community at times, from people I know, from partners I've had. You just get put in this world where you feel like, because you now have said, oh, I'm a lesbian, you have to be a lesbian, and the truth is sexuality is fluid. That is fully reasonable. And people are coming at her about like, oh, people made you come out as a lesbian, and they're making it seem like she made this whole thing up, that like she was never gay the whole time. She always liked men, or worse, she was bi. I don't get it. She's had multiple girlfriends before. Are we gonna pretend that that was all fake? That she was just doing that for clout? That is such fucking bullshit. And it's not like that doesn't happen. That did happen with Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj was bi for clout. But Nicki Minaj also admitted it, and Nicki Minaj didn't have girlfriends that we knew about, whereas JoJo Siwa has. JoJo Siwa is clearly queer of some kind, and that's not even talking about whatever, you know, whatever sexuality, whatever person that she's like, whoever she wants to bang, I don't care. But she also, in the Big Brother, her little Big Brother stint, she opened up about not totally knowing what gender she is. And I keep using she, her for the time being because she hasn't said anything else. I don't want to like move to a new pronoun before she's like made a decision. You know, I'll wait for her. But I'm prepared. You know, I'm not even going to say anything further. But yeah, I'm prepared. This is not a cis hetero woman. I'm just gonna say that. It's clear as fucking day. This is not a cis hetero woman. So this idea of like, oh, she betrayed the LGBT community by having a boyfriend is just ridiculous. And the whole thing, when you go back and you look at everything she's said, because I went back and I was like, oh, how did JoJo come out? Because I don't really remember. I remember before she came out, look at all these ads. They're everywhere. Oh my God, this one's personalized. I buy that. Don't pretend you didn't hear that. They're not paying me. They suck. I've never bought this. I buy it. Did I exit out one ad to get another ad? That's crazy. I remembered at one point she did that TikTok challenge. Do you remember the thing where people had a mirror and they would go like, where, and they would be like wearing a different outfit or something? She was wearing her like little bow tie thing, her little JoJo Siwa thing, and then she did that and she wiped it, and then she was kind of like in a normal outfit, but it was like an outfit that looked kind of gay, and people were immediately like, oh, she's a lesbian. And that was before she had come out about anything. Anything. People were already like, lesbian. And, to be fair, I understand why. It was definitely an outfit and a hairstyle, in particular, that a lesbian would wear. And, but we didn't know that at the time. And she was still, I think, like 17. Like, a child. Maybe even 16, maybe younger. But so I was like, okay, what did she actually say? But when she came out, what were the words that she used? She came out as pansexual. So like her story really matches up. She said, my human is my human. This checks out. She came out as pansexual. Then she got some girlfriends. Everyone was like, oh, lesbian. That's what that means. And then, of course, I think she kind of adopted that language at a certain point. And I don't think it was necessarily pressure in terms of, like, people being like, you should identify as a lesbian. But I think that's just probably the label that kept getting put on her. Because she kept dating women. Or girls. More like, 'cause I think she was, I don't know how old all of her girlfriends have been, but she was a teenager. But yeah, she kept dating women, and then people were like, lesbian. And then, yeah, I know I work a lot, says Siwa. It's really sad. After earning her GED 2 years ago. Oh, I think she was 17 at the time, too. How do you earn your GED at 15? Maybe I'm wrong. Does it say? This is 2021. She's 22 now. That was 4 years ago. She would have been 18. So she got her GED at 16? Oh. Oh, that's bad. Well, yeah, I know you take the test. I just didn't know that they would let you take the test that young. I would have thought you had to be at least like in your senior year. I didn't know you could take your GED at 16. Do you hear the sirens going by. Um, but I do normal things. You don't know what normal is, JoJo. You've never had a normal life. You don't know what that means. She likes Kraft macaroni and cheese. Oh, that's her reference point. Oh. And she loves Ariana Grande and Grey's Anatomy. Oh. I go to the bathroom on my toilet with my face on it. Oh, God. I didn't know that part. I didn't read that earlier. I know she has a car with her face all over it. Oh. But the world's happiest human does have bad days. Oh, that's a terrible thing to even put on someone so young. You shouldn't be called the world's happiest human when you're a teenager. You don't even know yet. Oh, we're just gonna read this and be sad together. My struggles deal with being overworked and not getting any sleep. Oh my God. Do I ever have breakdowns? Yes, of course I do. I'm a teenager. Girl, you could have breakdowns even if you weren't a teenager. That's a really awful work schedule. It doesn't have anything to do with your age. I mean, it does have some stuff to do with your age. You shouldn't be doing that at that age. But also, like, just working a lot is hard for anybody. I feel like she just thought, like, oh, once I'm an adult, it'll all be easier, right? There are a lot of times where I'll just throw my phone down and lay on my bed and look at my ceiling and cry for a second. Oh. Well, same, but you know. Born just before the advent of Facebook, JoJo doesn't know a world without emojis. She sees her phone as more solution than problem. My phone keeps me connected to the world. Oh, you maybe don't want to be connected to the world, though. It's also become a gateway to community and support. In January, JoJo Siwa came out as LGBTQ over a series of posts on TikTok and Instagram. When she lip-synced Lady Gaga's Born This Way following a day with TikTok collective Pride House LA, fans wondered if she was revealing something about her sexuality. And with a very direct t-shirt, best gay cousin ever, she confirmed it. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the thing too, is that she just was calling herself gay for a while. And people were like, oh, when a woman says gay, that means lesbian. And this is the thing, too, you know, I think that, like, there is a lot of biphobia in the LGBTQ community, and I try not to complain about it too much because I understand, like, I'm a bisexual woman who is, like, hetero-passing. I have a boyfriend, and, you know, to a degree that protects me in a lot of ways because I have like the choice of who I do and don't come out to because my sexuality is like fully kind of internal, you know, it's not something that I'm not like a practicing bisexual, but you know, it's like I don't have to introduce a girlfriend to anyone. So there is a privilege in that for sure. So I understand why I understand where biphobia comes from in that sense. And I do sometimes think that bisexual people are really annoying. So I don't always like to stick up for my own kind in that way. But there is something about, like, being a bisexual woman where people, it's not even just about calling yourself a lesbian or whatever. People do get very upset if you're a bisexual woman calling yourself a lesbian. But it's not even just that. It's also gay. Like, if you say, I'm gay and you're bi, or like pan or whatever, people get mad at you. They're like, well, you're not gay, you're bi. Because the gay term is something that's like, I don't know. It's just this idea that like you need to disclose that you're attracted to men. And if you're not disclosing it, you're tricking people. Which is weird. Because it's like, well, what if I didn't have a boyfriend and if I had a girlfriend, but I still had an attraction to men too. And I was, you know, but I wasn't living, again, I wouldn't be like a practicing bisexual. I would just be someone with a girlfriend. And like I could look to people as a lesbian. But if I don't disclose to people, I was like, oh yeah, but I do like guys too. People get offended. People get upset. And it's just weird. It's so weird that people think that they're like entitled to that knowledge of like, no, you need to tell us every person you've ever been attracted to ever. And it's a thing that we put on, I don't even think, it is like a biphobic thing, but I also think it's a misogyny thing, because I don't think that it happens to bisexual men the same amount. I think if you're a bi man and you call yourself gay, people don't really care. But they care when it's women. They care when a woman's been tainted by a man. Like, that is kind of the core of it. Is like, oh, you've been with men before, you like men. You're not pure anymore. Whereas men can do whatever the fuck they want. And that's the problem with this world. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm technically bi, but I've had a boyfriend. But I've, haven't had a boyfriend, I'm assuming is what you're saying, or done much with men, so I basically consider myself a lesbian. Yeah, exactly. It's like, the terms are just kind of useful for communicating to someone, like, a general idea or something. Like, if you are bi but you've only been with women, I think it's perfectly fine to call yourself a lesbian. It's fine. Anyway, but yeah, so she does say, honestly, let's just keep reading it because I don't care. I'll spend all day defending JoJo. Siwa also declared her love for girlfriend Kylie Prue, 18. She never cares what the internet said about us, she says. It's nice to have someone in my life like that. Oh. I don't know what happened there, but I guess that didn't work out. Siwa says the announcement was the last thing she hadn't shared with the world. Oh, God. It really, it's like she has no privacy. And was inspired by her love for Prue, which began as friendship and turned romantic in late 2020. At first, JoJo didn't want to put a label on her sexuality. I still don't know what I am, she said. It's like I want to figure it out, and I have this joke. Her name is Kylie, and I say I'm Kai-sexual. But, like, I don't know, bisexual, pansexual, queer, lesbian, gay, straight. I always just say gay because it kind of covers it, or queer because I think the key word is cool. I like queer. Technically, I would say that I am pansexual because that's how I've always been my whole life, is just like, my human is my human. So, like, it's like she's been telling you the same shit the whole time. She didn't trick anyone. She wasn't trying to get lesbian clout. She's been doing the same thing the whole time. People didn't like it. They wanted her to call herself a lesbian. And now they're mad at her for being like, well, I don't know that that's really the most appropriate label. So yeah, I feel bad for her. And I think it's so fucked up, too, that everyone kept talking about, they're like, oh, I can't believe she has a boyfriend during Pride Month. It's like, well, she's still queer. She's queer the whole time. She didn't stop just because she got a boyfriend. Again, it's just this idea that, like, a man taints you. If you're a woman and you're having sex with a man, you're dirty. You're tainted. Poor JoJo. Oh, and it sounds like her mom was in this interview, too. Blah, 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 blah. I could have Googled, blah, 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 blah. Never wanted my coming out to be a big deal. Oh, God, and look at that. It became a big deal. And you weren't even really coming out. You were just getting a boyfriend. And look at what a big deal everyone made it into. Never before has someone with such a young fan base identified publicly as LGBTQ. Is that true? I can't think of anybody else. But I guess I don't really know that many child stars. That just seems so definitive. Never before has someone with such a young fan base identified publicly as LGBTQ. I can't think of anyone, but that just doesn't seem like it should be right. surely some of the Wiggles were out as gay, maybe, but I don't think they. But that's a different kind of thing. Like their kid age demographic, I don't even think would really know what gay is. 'Cause those are like little kids. So I don't know. Even if that were the case, I don't know that that's true. Yeah, and the same thing with like Mr. Rogers. I think that like Mr. Rogers, whatever he is, I don't know that he had like a kid fan base. Well, he did, but like, you know, like not in that age demographic where they're like old enough to kind of have that sort of identity. I mean, they might have it in a sense, but a lot of them wouldn't be able to like name it, and they wouldn't necessarily contextualize it the same way. Yeah, there's Miley, but I think Miley at that point, when she was like pretty obviously queer, her audience was like people my age, and I was an adult. So she wasn't like out queer when she was on Disney Channel. So that really might be right. There were gay Wiggles. Good to know. I one time saw, this is totally unrelated, but I watched Adam Conover on, what's the name of the channel? Defunct Land? Or I think he had Defunct Land on his podcast. One of the two, but they were talking, and then the guy from Defunct Land mentioned something about the Wiggles, and then Adam was like, now what are the Wiggles? I was like, that's crazy. I guess, yeah, he's I mean, he's older than me, but I'm like, I feel like you should know who the Wiggles are. The idea of not knowing who the Wiggles are is insane to me, but whatever. But yeah, so that, honestly, that is really significant, and we can make fun of JoJo all we want for, like, the gay pop thing, because that was cringe, and that was funny. And I do think that JoJo Siwa is, like, she's very of her age, in that she seems to not know a whole lot about the world prior to, like, when she was 11, you know? Like, all her references don't really go very far past when JoJo Siwa was, like, 11. But that's fine. She's a young person. And I think that that's a generational thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a young person thing, and maybe I didn't notice it when I was that age. But we're going to talk about it a little bit later in the stream with somebody else. But I do feel like a lot of Zoomers, especially younger Zoomers, I feel like a lot of them don't have a whole lot of references from, like, prior to their time. So I think JoJo, in that way, even if we make fun of her for it, I don't think that that was like an abnormal thing for someone of her age to say. But in addition to that, it's like, yeah, okay, her saying that she invented gay pop, stupid, ridiculous. But I don't think we should undervalue the place that she has within the LGBTQ community in terms of, like, the inspiration that she probably has given to many, many young people. And I'm sure a lot of us don't see it, because I think a lot of us, I saw some people in the chat say they were about JoJo's age, but looking at my own age demographics, a lot of you are older than that. A lot of you are a little bit closer to my age. And so, like, I don't know what JoJo Siwa's audience looks like. And even if you are JoJo Siwa's age, I don't know that you really know much about JoJo's audience, because her audience is younger than her. But even not having that reference and not totally understanding her appeal to young people, though I know it's pretty big, because I know the bow tie thing was pretty massive. There were, like, schools that had to ban the bow ties because people were, like, buying them, and then it was becoming, like, distracting in class because it was like a status thing, which is so funny to me. But she had a hold over a lot of young people. And for her to come out so young herself, that does mean a lot, you know? We should give JoJo Siwa some credit. She is kind of a pioneer in a lot of ways. JoJo Siwa is going to win the bracket. No, she went, if you guys were here the last time, she did go like 2 or 3 rounds. And I think she can go even farther this year. I think she's more relevant than ever. Anyway. There was something else I wanted to point out here. Oh, right here. And she says, I've known since I was little. And then her mom says, I did too. A mother knows. And it's like, okay, so her mom is right next to her during this interview. Great. Great. They both also knew it was a risk to tell the world. I have a lot that could have gone away because of my love life. Oh, that's such a hard thing to put on an 18-year-old. So at least we can maybe give her mom some credit for that. Her mom didn't stop her from coming out, which is, I guess, nice. But yeah, her mom does suck. Ever connected to her fans, she Googled herself. Oh, I hope she's not still doing that. I really hope she's not still doing that. If you are doing that, JoJo, and you come across this, we love you. We support you. We think that you need to stop doing a few things. Stop defending Colleen Ballinger. Stop defending James Charles and Abby Lee Miller. Maybe stop defending your mom. But we do support you, and we hope you are doing well. I should never have done that. I was thinking that all the comments were going to be nice and supportive, and they weren't. Oh my god, and it's only gotten fucking worse from there. A lot of them were, I'm never buying your merch again. My daughter's never watching you again. I couldn't sleep for 3 days. Oh my god. And fucking, and this is what I'm saying too, where it's like, I get that, okay, maybe this person's video, maybe their commentary is more nuanced. Maybe they're not just being like, fuck JoJo Siwa throughout the whole thing. Putting this as the thumbnail and this as the title, it's just mean. It's just cruel and mean. Like, as a person who is pretty online and who's gonna see stuff like that, it's just not nice. And for what? Like, what did she do? What did she do that you're so upset about? This is a 49-minute video. Almost a 50-minute video. My video defending sex work was 30 minutes. This is almost 20 minutes longer than that, and it's just shitting on JoJo Siwa. Or maybe not shitting, maybe being more nuanced than that. But like, again, putting this title as Everybody Hates JoJo Siwa, that's just not an okay thing to do. If you're gonna do something like this, if you're gonna do a title like that, it should be someone who actually kind of deserves it. And I just don't even really know who deserves it at that point, because if everyone already hates them, if the title of your video is true, then, like, you didn't need to make a video about it. I mean, it's just kind of useless, isn't it? You're just gonna tell us all how everybody hates JoJo Siwa? Unless you're defending her, but then at that point it should be like, everybody hates JoJo Siwa, and then in parentheses, and they shouldn't, to make it fucking clear. But this is just, you're getting on a hype train. This is not just her. I'm talking about this person, and I used this thumbnail because it kept coming up, and I do think it's a pretty egregious thumbnail and title. But it is the entire slop genre right now. They are all talking about JoJo Siwa. And it's just gross. And they're all doing it because they get views, because this almost has 1 million views. This will probably, in like, by the end of the year, this will probably be, because I looked at their videos to see like what else this person has done. And I think by the end of the year, this is going to be one of their top videos on their channel. So that's why people do it. But at that point, you don't need to do it because everyone else has already made the video. So, just kind of lazy and hateful. But whatever. But did you watch the video though? No, I did not. And that's what I'm saying, is that like, I'm not watching a video with this kind of title. And I don't care what's in the video. Even if it's like, even if I agree with every single thing that she says, I still don't think that this is appropriate. That's the same thing. Whenever I criticize like Stephanie Lang, and then people are like, oh, well, her thumbnails are a lot, but if you actually watch the videos, they're not that bad. I'm like, okay, first of all, I've watched one of her videos before just to see how bad they were, how bad or not bad they were. First of all, they're pretty fucking bad. They're actually really gross. And they're also just like, whatever, I'm not talking about Stephanie Lang right now, but I will at some point. But also, I don't even care. It's like the thumbnails are bad enough. You don't get to get out of it by being like, oh yeah, I put it on the thumbnail that I hate somebody. But in the video I said that I only kinda hate them. It's like, okay, well, you're still a dick. Ay, ay, ay. And I'm not against clickbait. You can do clickbait that's like fun. And you can also be a little mean in your titles. I made the title of the last stream Hassan Piker Shut the Fuck Up Challenge. That's a little mean. But I didn't say everybody hates Hassan Piker. I didn't say I hate Hassan Piker. I didn't put up made up quotes on the screen to make him look bad. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. Oh, and then she also, just so that we can continue feeling bad for JoJo Siwa, because it does kind of, I don't want to say it gets worse, because I think that's probably the worst of it. The slops shit is the worst. But just to add to it, she had to postpone all of her US tour dates after being dropped by her record label. So yeah, JoJo Siwa is really kind of getting it right now. For what reason, I don't know. I don't know why everyone has it out for her, other than she's cringe. But yeah, it's looking bad for JoJo. It's looking bad for her everywhere but this channel, because she will do well in the bracket. I will make sure of it. I'll do voter fraud. I don't care. No, I'm kidding. I won't do voter fraud. It's a democratic system. And I mean it. But I do think I'm gonna put her up against other people just to make sure that I'll massage it for her, don't worry. Because I still get to decide the nominees and what each nominee is going against. So I'll put her up against some losers. No, just kidding. But she'll do well. Another person who's really getting it and who is not doing super well right now, Katy Perry. Talked about her before. Another sad update. Her and Orlando Bloom have broken up. Now with Katy, there's more reason to criticize her. Because of, number one, the Dr. Luke thing. We hate that. Then also the spaceship 11-minute space ride thing. Don't love that either. So there's a lot of reason to criticize Katy Perry. Also AI during her concert thing. She had like an AI backdrop. So yeah, with Katy it's a little more deserved. I am starting to feel very bad for her though. Especially this. Like this, honestly, it makes me very sad. Because I don't know. It's like, professionally, do I think Katy Perry should be doing well right now? Not really. I think she's made a lot of stupid decisions, and at some point it's like, yeah, you're flopping as kind of an outcome of the bad decisions that you're making, you know? There were so many people. I've never really been a Katy Perry fan, but that has a lot to do with, you know, being a little monster and the competition that was kind of set between the two of them way back yonder. But I was really ready to be there for her this go around. I wanted Katy to have a moment. I wanted her to. And then was announced that Dr. Luke was producing pretty much the entire album, and I was like, well, fuck. I think I and many people just at that moment were like, well, never mind that. And we're not gonna support that, because that's ridiculous. So I'm like, yeah, her album can flop, her tour can flop, though I don't think it is. I think the tour actually is doing pretty well. I don't know, though. But there were a lot of, clips of her being cringe or whatever. So it's like, yeah, professionally, should she be doing well? Maybe no. But it does suck that it's like, oh, and she's got to take that big blow to her personal life, too. Like, if she's gonna get ripped apart by the whole world, I think she does at least deserve to have, like, someone next to her during it. It's just so shitty to leave her, like, now. And, relationships end when they end, and I don't know what's happened in their lives. But fuck. She can't even have, like, a partner throughout all this. That sucks. And then people are also just being really weird about it, too. And I don't want to... It's like parasocial or whatever. I get it, to even just be invested in this in the first place. And I'm fine with that. I'm a celebrity gossip girl. Not gossip girl, but, a girl who loves gossip. So I can't hate on it too much, but the amount of detail that's apparently coming out about the two of them, I'm like, this is a little much. I don't need all of this, and I don't even believe all of this. So this was from the Daily Mail. Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom's explosive row over cringeworthy space flight. So she did that whole 11-minute trip to space. And then this insider is apparently telling the Daily Mail. He told her the whole thing looked ridiculous. He said it was cringeworthy, embarrassing. This was in the middle of a fight and it hurt her feelings. Of course she was hurt. Imagine going to space. Motherfucking space, and your partner isn't impressed. She hoped he'd be more supportive. Maybe that's true. I don't know. They're saying it came from someone in Katy's camp. But it just sounds like some, like, internet fanfic to me. The idea that Orlando Bloom is telling his partner that he thinks what she did is cringeworthy. Who says that? Who says that to someone? They're like, oh my god, you were so cringe yesterday. Like, in real life? In real life, those are words people are using? I don't know. I don't really buy it. But maybe. I have no idea. Orlando Bloom is kind of a weird guy. Didn't he, like, fight Justin Bieber at one point? Didn't he, like, get into a fist fight with Justin Bieber? As, like, a grown-ass man, and I think Justin Bieber was, like, 20. I don't remember. But Orlando Bloom kind of does have, like, a weird history. But I still don't really know that he said cringeworthy. I don't know that that's in his vocabulary. Yeah, Katy, that was not epic. Exactly. And also, didn't he know what... Like, he knew that she was gonna go to space. If he wasn't approving of it, wouldn't they have had that conversation, like, prior? Yeah, and then if he went to Bezos' wedding, he didn't say that. Yeah, that's true, too. It's like, you're gonna call it cringeworthy when you went to Jeff Bezos' wedding? I don't know about that. I don't think he called it cringeworthy. At that point, you're just criticizing her for being like, oh, you were just kind of embarrassing. Like, he doesn't even have any problems with it, like, ethically. He thinks it's fine to go to space and fine to, like, hang out with Jeff Bezos. But he just thinks you should be, like, you should just look cooler when you do it. If that's true, then I'm glad they broke up, I guess. But that still is, like, sad that she can't have any support system while this is happening. And she's on tour right now. She's on tour, and people have taken these clips, and I don't know how related this is, if this is why this was happening, but I guess she was kind of like tearing up and crying a little bit during one of her shows recently, which maybe has something to do with her being in the midst of a breakup. This is not the first time it's happened to her. Russell Brand, who is awful, actually, Orlando Bloom might be a dick. Russell Brand is a monster. But he broke up with her. They were married, fully fucking married. At least her and Orlando, they've been engaged for like years. At that point, if you're engaged for that long and you haven't gotten married yet, especially when you're both rich as hell and you can afford a wedding at any time and you can kind of pick your own schedules, the fact that they hadn't actually gotten married yet, especially when they already had a child together, it's like, yeah, I think that was probably a bad sign in and of itself. But yeah, she was married to Russell Brand and then he like broke up with her over the phone while she was on tour. And then she just had to go out and perform. Men are awful. They're the worst. Ugh. But she did collaborate with Dr. Luke, so it's like clearly you're kind of okay with terrible men. Oh, thank you, Penelope. Welcome. So that's our Katy update. Lola Young also, we had introduced her as a potential. She hasn't been doing a whole lot more, but she did do some performances recently and had a bit of like an earpiece problem. If you've never performed on stage before, which I also don't, but I know that that's like a big thing. If your earpiece gets fucked up, you're fucked because you can't hear really anything. You don't know necessarily where you're at in the song. You can't hear yourself. So it's bad. And her earpiece went out while she was on stage. You can tell that she is like panicking. Oh shit, I have the whole thing. You can tell that she's like panicking a little bit. But she is keeping it cool. I can't play the audio really because copyright. But I'll play it for like a second. She handles it pretty well. She has the audience sing along because they can hear it better than she can. And then she comes back and she does do like a vocal run. And she sounds pretty good. Not even just pretty good. Like she sounds great. Incredible recovery. And I think that's commendable. Maybe the song is a little cringy. Maybe it's like a stupid little TikTok song. But clearly talented. Clearly talented. And then there was like a moment you can kind of see her backstage afterward. And she seems kind of upset. It looks like she's maybe crying. Oh. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Oh, God. Oh. She did so well, though. Like, she really recovered so well. And I do like, okay, yeah, the one song that got really big on TikTok, it is kind of cringy. That other song that she released more recently, I really like it. I think there's something there. Oh, and she also, I had something else. I don't know what she's using this for. I'm not familiar enough with Lola Young, but I guess she had a big blow-up doll for her Glastonbury festival. That's cute. I'm sure with all the discourse there was about Chapel Roan dressing as a blow-up doll, some people are really not gonna like it, but I think it's very funny. So Lola, I'm still kind of keeping an eye on, still paying attention to her, somewhat. Yeah, I saw someone say they've been paying attention to her since before Messian. She's so talented. I'm sure, because like vocally, she seems very talented for sure. I've really only heard the 2 songs though. I mean, who cares about like Messy? Is it a little cringe? Yeah, it's a little cringe. But it also is very catchy. It's not a bad song. It's not like a terrible song. It's just like corny. The other one, we have Zara Larsson, who I brought up a little bit in the video that I did following the Hassan stream, where I had to defend sex workers, for one thing, and the decriminalization of sex work, and then talked about like how the Nordic model really doesn't work, blah, 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 and I talked about Zara Larsson and these Instagram stories that she wrote years ago that have always kind of bothered me. But whatever, I want to make it very clear that I don't hate Zara Larsson. I think she's fine. And yeah, she is an Amber Heard defender, and we do love her for that. That is very cool of her. She does just have some moments every once in a while where it's like, ugh. Same thing with her little dust up with James Charles, even though I don't like James Charles. The way that she went about it was a little weird. One could say maybe a little homophobic. But oh well. I mean, not oh well. It's not good to be homophobic, but it's also James Charles, so I don't... I care about people not being homophobic, but I'm not gonna, like, go to bat for James Charles specifically. But she had a song come out, Midnight Sun. It's doing very well. Well, I don't know if it's doing well commercially. Like, I don't know if it's charting or anything. Maybe it is. But it's getting a lot of attention on Twitter, specifically. And I wanted to preface this by saying that I do not have anything against Zara Larsson. I like some of her songs. I think she's a great performer. Great performer. Great performer. And everything I say from this point on, this is absolutely not a criticism of Zara. And it's not a suspicion of Zara necessarily either. But it is a suspicion of possibly her team or her record label. There are a lot of tweets about this song that are going like semi-viral. Maybe not viral, but like they're as this person says, hit tweets. So they have a thread here. And it's, yeah, a lot of like just clips of the song and then just a lot of likes. A lot of likes on the tweet. And I'm not gonna say that Zara doesn't deserve her success. I think she absolutely does. She maybe deserves more success than she currently has. So this is not about like, oh, I don't think people are actually liking the song. I think people probably are. But this is just something that I'm seeing on Twitter an increasing amount. Where when someone is promoting something, suddenly a whole bunch of tweets that are like positive about that thing. I can't keep it like on screen too long because the last time I did that, the first time we talked about Zara Larsson, I had it like this, like a tweet that I just had it like playing on the thing for a minute, and then the whole stream got blocked for a few days because I got a copyright claim. Even though I didn't play any audio, I got a claim that blocked the whole stream just for playing like parts of the music video in like a tweet. I was so annoyed. That's the thing I hate about YouTube too, is like you cannot predict what it's gonna claim. I know that like playing music or whatever is definitely playing with fire, but there are so many things where if I just put something visually up on screen, even if it's a music video, or even one time it did it to me, I showed a little bit of Lady Gaga had done an abracadabra dance thing. Like she did the music video and then they also did a video on her YouTube that was like the dance rehearsals. And so I showed like a little bit of that. Didn't play any audio at all. Got claimed and got blocked for that. It's so annoying. Especially if it's anything that's on TV, like network TV, blocked. It's the worst. So I can't have that on screen for too long. But what I was saying, when people are promoting stuff, I will just very suddenly see a whole bunch of tweets with so many likes on them. Not a whole lot of, like, replies or quote tweets, maybe some retweets, but not a whole lot of that. And this one actually, it does have 509 replies, so who's to say? But it's just getting really suspicious. because I'm seeing it to such an increasing amount on Twitter specifically. And after Elon Musk took over Twitter, number one, we've had way more bots or like spam accounts than normal, way more just inauthentic activity in general. And then he turned off public likes. So no likes are public anymore, which means that we actually have no way of verifying that these are all people. You know? If you went through the likes, it is very possible that a majority of them are like just like the egg profiles, you know? They're not necessarily real accounts making this engagement. And I've wondered before, I'm like, how is Twitter even making money at this point when so much of what they do is just so bad for advertisers? And I'm starting to get a little conspiratorial and thinking, I wonder if they have like a thing with different, I don't know, like record labels and movie studios or whatever, where they're agreeing to kind of look the other way when a whole bunch of bots inflate the activity on a tweet. Because I've been seeing it with Zara a lot of hit tweets about this new song that I don't see anyone talking about outside of Twitter. I don't see people talking about it on Blue Sky. I don't see people talking about it on YouTube. I don't see people talking about it on, I don't even know, those are like all, I guess, Instagram. But I guess I'm not on like pop Instagram, so maybe they're talking about it there. But I'm only aware of this song because of Twitter. And because of all these hit tweets that keep coming out about it. And it was the same thing. I remember when the newest Mission Impossible movie came out, I started seeing a fuck ton of tweets with a lot of likes and a lot of positive engagement on them that were just pro Tom Cruise. It wasn't even about Mission Impossible in general. It was just all tweets about like what a good guy Tom Cruise is. And I started to feel like, oh, this is something that was paid for. Tom Cruise's PR people, maybe people at the Church of Scientology, I don't know. Someone is absolutely paying for all this engagement. All these tweets about like, Tom Cruise is the last great movie star with like 500,000 tweets on it or likes on it. And I'm like, I don't know that people on Twitter are necessarily that taken by Tom Cruise. At least not in the people that I follow. I think a lot of people are a little weirded out by Tom Cruise because of the whole Scientology thing. But suddenly, this movie is coming out, and all I'm seeing are tweets being like, wow, look at him at the movie theater talking to the people at the movie theater about popcorn or something. It's like, it was just weird. It was pure, like, PR stunts. That's what it felt like. I don't know for sure that that's what's happening, but it felt very weird. And so we're just at a weird moment in our culture where anytime I see something with a lot of likes on it, I'm like, did someone buy those? Is that real? I don't want to be that skeptical. But I kind of just am. Because I'm seeing way more stuff about Zara Larsson on my feed than I am about, like, Marina. I'm seeing some stuff from Marina, but I should see way more of Marina because I'm following, like, Marina accounts, you know? It's just weird. It's weird. And again, I'm not accusing her of anything, because I think even if that's true, even if my hunch is correct that there's a little bit of inauthentic activity happening here, I don't think it's Zara Larsson doing it. I think it's her label. But I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Confirm I've seen zero about Zara on Blue Sky. I have seen zero about Zara anywhere else. Just Twitter. Yeah, honestly don't know Don't think companies even need to run bots or pay for that stuff at this point. There's so much celeb and brand loyalty riding in fandoms now. There is, but that's what I'm saying. I don't follow Zara Larsson fan accounts. I don't know why this keeps ending up on my feed in particular. Because there are other fan accounts that I follow that do defend their faves like that, but they're not, they don't have that level of engagement. There's just something about this level of engagement that doesn't really make sense with the amount of fans that I think Zara Larsson has. But I don't know, maybe it's fully authentic, and I'm just a skeptical asshole who doesn't want to give her credit, but I don't know. It feels weird. The amount of likes on it, just, they feel weird. Then we have Benson Boone. He has already been introduced, so we have to talk about it. He had an album came out. I haven't listened to it, obviously. But 47 out of 100 on Metacritic. It's not doing well, but it's also not doing as badly as it could. Yeah, I don't know. Benson Boone, he's one of those people where I don't listen to his music at all, but so many people hate him to such an insane amount. I saw one thing, it was like a sports person who was at Coachella, and he was singing along to a Benson Boone song. And then I saw a tweet that was like, oh, I can never respect this sports player again. I'm like, because he sang along to a Benson Boone song? That's the line? I just don't think it's that serious. But a lot of people really fucking hate him. Pitchfork really hates him. Anytime he does anything, Pitchfork, I don't know if it's the same person, the same writer writing these articles, but like his album, they didn't like. His Coachella performance, they really didn't like. They got it out for Benson Boone. And I feel bad for him, but at the same time, I'm not listening to an album with this cover on it. It just gives kind of a vibe that I'm not feeling at the moment. It's also called American Heart. Yeah, not my vibe at the moment. But good for you, Benson. I hope you keep doing your little backflips forever. Oh, Heidi Montag, I wanted to shout out. She's been doing a lot of Pride performances. I've always had a soft spot for Heidi and Spencer. I didn't even watch The Hills, but just them as like, as figures. Especially when they kept pissing people off. I used to watch the E! Channel all the time, constantly, when I was younger. That's how I became like this. And I remember at one point E! Making an announcement of like, we're not covering Heidi and Spencer anymore. Because they're just attention whores and we don't want to give them that attention. We're not covering them unless something really big happens. And then like a week later, Heidi got like 10 plastic surgeries in a day. And it's like, well, is that big? You gotta cover that one? And they did. But they pissed people off. If you were any of the younger people in the chat, I don't even know if you would know necessarily who Heidi and Spencer are. But like late 2000s, early 2010s, they were just like, I would just describe them as like menaces of pop culture. They were just such shameless attention whores and really shameless about it too. Like they would talk about like, yeah, we pay for paparazzi to follow us. Who cares? They would go on different reality shows, seeking attention there. Everyone hated them. They were such a punching bag, and it was just so funny to me because I'm like, well, but that's what they wanted. They wanted to be like the villains of pop culture, of like celebrity culture, and they did it. And I always just kind of respected that about them. And also, low key, the surgery thing was so wild. Didn't she die and had to be resurrected? I think so. I think she was dead for like 10 seconds or something. But, yeah, and then they spoke out too about that whole situation and how that doctor kind of really took advantage of her. And I like that they talk about that too. And they definitely had more of like a problematic kind of villain arc thing on the Hills, especially Spencer. Like Spencer was always being a dick to Heidi on the Hills, the reality show that they were on. But it was pretty clear that that was like an act. And I hate to be hopeful for a man, but Spencer does seem to like really love and support his wife. And I love that for her. And I love that for them. And she tried to have a music career a long time ago. It really did not go anywhere. People just made fun of it. But her album was actually kind of fucking good. It's kind of a classic. It is like a hyper pop classic. But everyone made fun of her for it because they hated her. But earlier this year, they had like their house like burned down because of the LA wildfires. So Spencer was like on TikTok talking about that a lot. And then he kept being like, can you please stream my wife's music so that we can make money, please, to get our house back? And so when he did that, some of her old songs went like #1 on iTunes, which isn't really that hard to do because no one really goes on iTunes anymore. So if there's enough people that are like, let's make something go #1 on iTunes, you just need like a strong group doing it and they can do it. Doesn't take that much work, but it did go #1 on iTunes. So there was a little bit of like a resurgence. And then she started doing stuff. She got like Pitbull on a remix. She got some other people to do remixes. She made some music videos for some of her old songs. And then she did like a reissue of her old album. And then she also has now done a fully new album, Heidiwood, which has a few of the same songs from the reissue. But you guys, it's a really good album. It's kind of album of the year for me. It's really good. It's just banger after banger. And she keeps releasing new like visualizers for it. And then she did this little queer performance. She did a few different performances at different Pride festivals. It's good. Heidi's going on the bracket. I have final say. I don't care that other people aren't talking about her the way that I am. She's going on the bracket. In fact, you know what? Let's make it official right now. We're moving her. I had her in very likely. We're just putting her up to most likely. You can see me do it. Because I really don't think I'm going to change my mind. Heidi's secure. The album is too good. It's too good. Yeah, exactly. Stream Heidiwood featuring Chase Icon. It's so good. I'm all in on Heidi. And I just love that she keeps doing it, too. She clearly likes it. Good for her. Dude, if I had money or clout or anything, if I had any resources to make myself a pop star, even a flopping pop star, even a pop star that no one gave a shit about, of course I would do it. Of course I would. And that's the thing, too, with, like, Trisha Paytas. Trisha Paytas is hella problematic. But there's just always a part of me that's going to respect her because she uses her money the way that I would use my money. Which is just to, like, recreate stuff. Well, Trisha mostly does it to do, like, cosplay-ish shit. I would do more of a Heidi route and, like, make fully new music. And make myself a little pop career. But still, I very much respect the people that are like, no, I have money and I'll just buy myself a music career if I want to. I'll just pay for a music video. I'll pay to make a song. Do it. Who cares? Especially when it's good. Like, this is actually kind of fucking good. Anyway, so that's our updates. We've been going for like, oh my god, almost 3 hours. Jesus Christ. No, wait. I started at 7. No, 2 hours. Okay, 2 hours of just updates. That's fine. We can get through it. Now we'll go to like our more main girls. So we're now introducing Doechii to the nominations. She is in most likely nominated. She is almost certainly going to be nominated. Because she kind of just is that girl. So first off, what she's done this year, she's won her first Grammy, which is pretty incredible. I don't even think she technically has a full album out. I think that the one that she released last year, I think is technically considered like an EP or a mixtape. I'm not fully sure, but she did win Best Rap Album at the Grammys, which is incredible. She also had one of the best performances that night. Really incredible performance. And she is a performer. She keeps winning awards everywhere. She got an NAACP Image Award. She is the second rapper to win Billboard Woman of the Year. And still so early in her career. She also keeps getting shouted out by different artists. Hayley Williams loves her. Billie Eilish loves her. And then, of course, my girl Gaga. Doechii actually presented to Gaga at, I want to say, the Billboard Music Awards? Something like that. Some award show where Gaga won like icon something, like some honorary award like that. And Doechii presented to her, which I love to see. And they took some photos backstage. I love it. And I also, yeah, I'm so happy with how many women there are getting love in the rap and hip hop space. Yeah, it's very exciting, especially with Doechii. And this is the thing too that is really cool about having a lot of female rappers in like the culture and like the pop space, is that you get a lot of good collabs because so many girls want a rap verse on their tracks. So that's what I love about, like, I mean, with Nicki, I think she mostly was being featured on like other rappers, like men's songs. And I wonder now if that was maybe for a reason, because she doesn't seem to get along with a whole lot of women. But Cardi, Megan Thee Stallion have done a lot of collabs with women. Doechii seems to also be moving in that direction of doing, like, this is Jennie from Blackpink. She's done that. She also did Katy Perry's album last year. And I think that's good. I like to see it. I like to see women working with women. And they can work with men too. Occasionally. But I like to see the girls together. Nicki, though, is kind of fully spiraling out right now. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to that. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of people are, which is probably good. Because I don't really think it should be given a whole lot of attention, but every time something about her comes up on my feeds, I'm like, oh, fuck. Sad what happened with that one. But this is also good, too, in terms of, and this is what I wish more people would do, is Doechii is very vocal in just, like, supporting other women, too. You know? Like, the interviews and stuff I've seen where she's shouting people out. And it's, like, it's a smart idea because you're aligning yourself with other fandoms. You're giving other fandoms reasons to root for you. You know? Gaga and Doechii. That's very powerful. Like, having the little monsters supporting you is powerful. Same thing with any of the Blackpink girls. Any, like, K-pop girl. Yeah, you absolutely want to get in on that. Absolutely. Unfortunately, people can't be fucking normal. So for one thing, she had this song come out, Anxiety, that is, she took, I wouldn't even call it a sample. I don't know what you call it, because I don't listen to rap that much, but she just rapped over the beat from Somebody That I Used to Know by Doechii. I don't know what you would call that. It's definitely, that's more than a sample, right? Is there a word for that? But she rapped over that. And, you know, the song is not my favorite. I think it's like, I just think it's corny. And I don't have any desire to listen to it. But that's fine. It got really big on TikTok, and then I don't even know if it was officially released when it got big on TikTok. I think it was something from like an old mixtape demo kind of thing, and then she released it officially because it was getting big on TikTok, and then they made a music video for it, and the music video I do love. The music video I think is pretty good. But the song, I'm like, who cares? But some people hate this song so much, and they are being so goddamn annoying about it. So annoying. I saw something, there was, it's, the song is in a trailer for the new Final Destination movie, and I saw some, like, a tweet that was doing pretty well and had a lot of positive engagement. And this one I don't think is fake. I think this is just people being haters. But I saw a tweet saying, oh, I'm not excited to see the movie now because that song was in the trailer. Someone who wanted to see Final Destination and then heard the song in the trailer was like, oh, now I don't know. Now I'm not excited for the movie. Like, what? You hate the song so much? I just don't get it. Why can't people just be normal? Why can't people just listen to something, be like, oh, it's not for me, and then move the fuck on? You're gonna let it ruin your enjoyment of Final Destination? Just weird. Just weird. And then people continue to be weird. So she went to the Met Gala. This is her outfit. I was underwhelmed by it at the time because she was just anticipated for me. Like, I was like, ooh, Doechii's gonna be at the Met Gala. I can't wait to see what she wears. And then when she stepped out on this, I was like, oh, all right. Now that I've, like, sat with it, and I've, like, now that I don't have any expectations for it, I'm like, no, but she does look really good, though. Like, she looks very cool. But there was drama with this. So people were so obsessed with this idea that she was being so absolutely cruel to her. Is it making noise? No. Okay. That she was being so cruel to her assistants who were helping her get ready. And I saw so many people tweeting about this after it happened and being so dramatic, and I hadn't actually watched the video yet. And so I was like, oh man, she must have been so nasty. I'm gonna play it right now and you can all decide.
Excuse me, could I please have another umbrella?
Oh fuck, this is like, I put this link in and this is, someone's put an audio over it. But she's literally just saying like, I need more umbrellas, I need more umbrellas, I need more umbrellas. And like, she is being a little snappy about it. But she didn't, that's it. She just kind of snappy. And I get it. It's not like the most polite way to talk to people. But she was also under a lot of pressure. She's going to the Met Gala, her first Met Gala. And she was stressed out. And she just they wanted the umbrellas to like cover the outfit. It was just so much. I don't get it. I don't get why people were so upset. But then she responded. Can't play. Yeah, God forbid a girl needs more umbrellas. I thought that was a decent response. And then she said, all jokes aside, I'm so proud of my team. So proud of my glam team and the LV team for an incredible night. We've been dreaming about this Met for a long time, and the theme this year is in such alignment with who I am and what I stand for. It's nothing but God that this year was our debut. Everyone killed it. We nailed the theme. So yeah, she's basically just being like, fuck off. And she was fully in the right to do that. And then I still saw people, I saw someone call her evil for that response. Not ironically. They were just like, oh, she's evil. And it's like she was just like under stress. It feels very much like, for one thing, I think it's racist and misogynistic, the amount of like backlash she's getting for it, or that she got for it. And I also just think that we're in a moment where the world really, really sucks, especially America. America's really bad right now. And there's a lot of things that are just not under our control in terms of the shittiness around us. And I do feel like this last year, I've seen so much more of people just trying to create drama and trying to like pick apart women in the public eye specifically, especially women who are part of some other marginalized community, like with JoJo Siwa and the backlash over her not being the kind of queer person that people thought she was. I think that there's a lot to be said about that. The way that like the LGBTQ community is trying to police JoJo. And then also the fact that Doechii is a very prominent Black woman, and people now want to accuse her of, I don't know, just being like the angry Black woman who's yelling at her team or whatever. There's that. There's also like the way that people talk about Chapel Roan, the way that people talk about a whole lot of these other women who are, first of all, just women in the public eye, but then also usually have some other sort of marginalized status that goes along with it. And I think it has a lot to do with like, we just need an outlet to fucking yell at people, to feel like we have some kind of control, because you know what? At least they could get Doechii to respond to it. We can't get Donald Trump to not pass horrible bills that take people off of their health care. But we can get Doechii to have to respond to people upset about the way that she talked to her assistants for 30 seconds of her life. I think that there's just a lot of energy that people are trying to get out. And they can't do it in a more productive way. So we have to just shit on each other. And it's sad. And I think that the whole fucking year is probably going to be like this. For everybody. I don't know any woman right now, publicly, that's doing unambiguously well. Every woman who is succeeding right now is doing it in spite of backlash. Sabrina Carpenter, Doechii, Chapel, Charli, who we'll talk about in a second. There's no one who's just doing well. Which is so depressing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Johnny's making hit movies while Amber's doing a play. Is he making hit movies? I don't know that he is. But yes, Amber is making a play. But she also, she seems to be happy doing that. I wish she had more opportunities to do bigger stuff. But I am astounded by Amber Heard's resilience. The fact that she's doing things at all, I think, is pretty incredible. And things that are like public facing. And she turned her comments back on Instagram, which is pretty exciting. I did see some weird Johnny Depp account spamming it, but oh well. Oh, where play is in your state, but a ticket would be like $500. I know. Plays are so expensive. Anyway, yeah. We love Amber. We love Doechii. Yeah, I can't think of anyone. Let's go back to our list for a second. Beyonce's getting shit. Selena Gomez is getting shit. Chappell Roan's getting shit. Addison Rae's getting shit. Kesha might be a little bit under the radar enough to not be getting a whole lot of shit. Miley Cyrus is getting shit. Ariana Grande is getting shit. Lorde is getting shit. Lorde deserves some of the shit she's getting. But maybe not the amount she's getting. Sabrina Carpenter, obviously getting shit. Taylor Swift is always kind of getting shit. But she has been kind of chill recently. Like, she's not really in people's face the same way that she normally is. So she's not getting as much shit as she maybe was towards the end of, like, last year. But that's because she's decided to not be as public. And because that's what you have to do as a woman. You just have to, like, hide every once in a while. You can only go out intermittently. Yeah, exactly. I don't think Kesha is currently getting shit, but she's gotten enough. It all balances out. Exactly. I think that's the thing with Kesha, is that, like, she is so, she's, because people just, they like women when women are at their lowest and when women are being victimized, because it makes people feel bad for them. And then they're like, oh, now we can like you again. So I think that that's probably just really what's happening with Kesha, is that she's just been, like, so victimized by so many people that she's just low enough that people can feel comfortable not shitting on her extra. Talk about being a washed up wrench. Maybe you can help her out, you simpleton. Oh, is that what Johnny said about Amber? Or no, that director. Maybe. I don't remember. But thank you for the $5. But I don't know what you're talking about. But I appreciate money. Anyway. They like when a woman is down because they want women to be weak. Yeah, exactly. That's the only way that you can kind of get sympathy, which is why I do think that, like, all the shit that Katy Perry is going through right now maybe does kind of help her in the end. Because I think a lot of people are just feeling bad for her at this point, which that's how you get your way back up. Anyway, Doechii also, I mentioned she was winning a lot of awards. She did win a BET award recently. And I want to, oh fuck, I keep doing that, putting up the wrong one. I do want to play a little bit of her speech, though I really hope I don't get fucking copyright claimed for this. Because TV shows get so weird.
Happening right now outside of the building. There are ruthless. I do want to address what's happening right now outside of the building. There are ruthless attacks that are creating fear and chaos in our communities in the name of law and order. Trump is using military forces to stop a protest. And I want y'all to consider what kind of government it appears to be when every time we exercise our democratic right to protest, the military is deployed against us. What type of government is that? People are being swept up and torn from their families, and I feel it's my responsibility as an artist to use this moment to speak up for all oppressed people, for Black people, for Latino people, for trans people, for the people in Gaza. We all deserve to live in hope and not in fear, and I hope we stand together, my brothers and my sisters, against hate, and we protest against it. Thank you, BET.
So I thought that was really nice, obviously. I like it when people use their platforms for such things. I do think it's kind of telling, though. I guess I didn't watch the full award show, but I don't think that there was any other person that made any sort of like political statement. And this was happening when like the LA riots, or the protests that they were calling riots, were going down. And there's stuff like that. And the same thing with the American Music Awards too, which were so Republican. But people, I guess the American Music Awards would be kind of hard because there was no one there to actually accept their awards. No one showed up. But it is remarkable this year in particular, the amount of political speeches that I am not seeing at award shows. People are not really referencing what's going on. Chappell did make a somewhat political statement during the Grammys with, it's not necessarily political, but she said the thing about, like, record labels need to give their artists health insurance. And then Gaga did say something about, she said trans people exist, which, love that. Which is crazy, too, that, like, that's where we're at as a society, that just her saying that, like, trans people are real. But that's, like, a statement. But yeah. Weird the amount of political speeches that we're not getting, especially because I feel like during the first Trump presidency, there were so many more people making statements, especially like the Oscars and stuff. People at the Oscars were getting so like preachy in a sense, and in a way that I was kind of like, fuck, this does make, as much as I do think that things need to be said, I remember having moments during the Trump presidency where I'm like, yeah, it maybe is not the best look, though, that the people making these statements are the most, like, elitist people, you know? The people at the Oscars. I think the Grammys are a little bit different, because music can be a little scrappier, but I think movies in general, they're just not, they're just a little bit more elite. There's more, like, funding and stuff behind them from studios. So there is something a little bit less impactful about people at the Oscars giving a political speech, unless their movie is political, and obviously there were political movies, and they made some references. Like, there was the documentary. There was a thing about Palestine, I think. That one. And I don't remember I think they made a speech, but I don't remember it in total. But, like, other than that, like, you don't have the big stars. You don't have, like, Meryl Streep up there doing, like, a fuck Trump thing. And in some ways, I'm like, okay, I guess, because when Meryl Streep did it, it's like, oh, of course, if you're trying to appeal to the lowest, the people at, like, the lower parts of the hierarchy in our culture, people who are, like, working class, the people who actually are the people that Donald Trump is trying to appeal to with his very, like, populist messaging. Yeah, No Other Land, that is what it was called. But when it's, like, Meryl Streep getting up on stage and she's wearing, like, designer clothes and she's accepting an award for, like, some bullshit fucking movie that she low-key doesn't deserve an award for, it's like, all right, well, I don't know that that's gonna help. But I do think musicians doing it it has more impact. 'Cause, like, the music you listen to is just so personal, and it gets so, like, a part of your life that the idea of musicians not being political to me is so crazy. So shout out to Doechii for doing that. I guess shout out to Meryl Streep too. Whatever. This is another one of my very controversial opinions. I do think Meryl Streep's kind of overrated. And I hate to say that because Trump said that, and I don't want to agree with him, but he was kind of right. She's good in some movies, like Devil Wears Prada, one of my favorite movies ever. Ever, ever, ever. But is she really like the actress of a generation? No. She's fine. She's good. But I don't know why everyone is just constantly simping for Meryl Streep. But whatever. We're not talking about that. I don't even know why I put this slide up here. What was I trying to say? Oh, I think this was from maybe her most recent. She did some sort of, she's been like touring and doing festivals and stuff. I think yesterday or earlier today. No, it must have been yesterday. She did like a rock version of that Anxiety song. I heard a little bit of it. And I think it's pretty, like, it sounds good. I still think the lyrics are too corny, but it did sound really cool. Anyway, yeah, that her outfits are amazing. They are amazing. She looks super cute. I recently learned that Meryl Streep refuses to do sequels, and that's why they killed her off in Mamma Mia 2, which is wild. I didn't know that. That's funny. Why? I get refusing to do bad sequels, but just all sequels? Whatever. So that's our Doechii update. She's doing well. We love it. We love her. Now let's go to Charli. So first of all, I would like to make an apology. I would like to apologize to Green Day. When it was announced that Green Day was going to be the headliner for that night, and Charli XCX was not, she was going to be like a co-headliner, I got very defensive. And I tweeted things. I didn't tweet anything that bad, but I was just like, Green Day is not even really like that relevant as a band right now. Why the fuck are they the headliners? When Charli just had like such a huge year, especially like it was Brat Summer for everybody. And Charli, if we're remembering from last year, Charli won the last bracket. Charli was the 2024 Pop Girly of the Year. So I was like, she deserves to be a headliner. And I do still feel that way. And apparently so does she, because she did wear this sash that said Miss should have been a headliner. And then, I don't know if it's in this article. Oh, there's her and Troy. So cute. I guess I don't have it in here. But then Trey Cool from Green Day posted an Instagram thing where he had a sash and it said actual headliner, which was funny. But so my whole thing at the time, I was like, okay, Charli had a huge year. I do think she's earned the headlining slot. And Green Day, I have nothing against Green Day. In fact, I like Green Day. I haven't liked a lot of their last albums. I haven't really listened to them that much, but from what I've heard, I'm like, all right, I'm good. But I do think Green Day is like a good band and one of the most like important bands of the 21st century. I've been really getting down to American Idiot recently, you know, because of stuff. But I always have liked that album, and I've always thought that like they're a band that is somewhat underrated because they are considered to be so overrated. You know, like they went pop, they're sellouts or whatever. But I like pop, so I don't care. But I always just thought that was like unfair to them So I've always liked Green Day. But my whole thing with them headlining was like, but they haven't had like a super culturally significant album since like 2009, since 21st Century Breakdown. That was the last time that a Green Day album came out where I felt like they were really a part of the conversation. You know what I mean? There were some other songs. I remember they did that like Uno Dos Tres album run thing. And there were some songs off of that that I heard and I thought were fine. And then they also had that one album that was pretty bad, but they had that album Campaign that was even worse. So they got into like the news for that for a hot minute, but that's not necessarily a good thing. And I was like, I just don't know that Green Day really is that significant in like the modern world in 2024 or 2025. And on top of it, I also just think that they have been so they're just always touring. So it's not the same thing as, you know, like No Doubt they headlined the year before, and it's like, okay, well, No Doubt, even though I think Green Day's a better band than No Doubt. No Doubt hadn't done anything for so long together that it's like a more significant thing of like, oh, they're doing a reunion. With Green Day, they're always touring. I have friends who have gone to see Green Day recently, like in the last like 2 years. Green Day's been out, they've been doing stuff, they've never broken up, they're still releasing music. So there's no extra like reunion legacy thing to it. And they also haven't really put out an album that's been super culturally significant. So I just was like, why? Why? That being said, I watched their performance. I watched it live. Because I did genuinely I wanted to see Green Day live. I do like Green Day. I have downstairs. I'm not going to go get it 'cause I don't want to get up. But I do have like a live Green Day CD in my house. Back from when I used to buy CDs. I like Green Day live. They're a good live band. So I wanted to watch them. And then I watched them and I was like, you know what? Yeah, they actually do deserve to be headliners. I'm so sorry, Green Day. You're right. That was correct. They should have been the headliners. They should have been the headliner over Charli. And in fact, they weren't even totally the headliners of the night because Travis Scott then performed after them. So they were like co-headlining with Travis in a sense. But I was watching them and I was like, no, they're actually so good though. They're just, and this is the thing too, is that my whole thing was like, oh, well, it's not special because they're not doing a reunion. But that actually ended up being a good thing because it's clear when you watch them that like, oh, these are not out of practice musicians. Like they're doing this regularly and they're good at it. So my apologies to Green Day. I do still think Charli deserved to be a headliner. But really, the only reason I was even side-eyeing the Green Day headlining slot in the first place was just because Charli was below them. They were on the same night. So I was like, oh, I want Charli to be up there. And they're up there. So now I'm upset and I want them to switch. What I should have been doing, instead of criticizing Green Day and saying that Green Day should not have been the headliner, I should have been coming at Post Malone, who was the headliner on Sunday. And I see someone else said, my takeaway is we should focus on the real enemy, Travis Scott. Yes, I would agree with that as well. I think that for one thing, but Travis wasn't announced at first. Travis was like a later thing. It's like, oh, he's going to go after Green Day. It's like, okay, well then how is Green Day the headliner? But they did that last year too, I think, with somebody else. But Post Malone was always the headliner on Sunday. And who the fuck cares about that? I didn't even watch that one. And I didn't hear anybody talking about it. So yeah, Post Malone is the real enemy. Or Travis Scott. One or the other. Like, what the fuck is Post Malone gonna get up there and do? And I said that about Green Day too. After the first, when Gaga did her first night as the headliner for Friday, I again shaded Green Day and was like, oh yeah, how is Gaga gonna do all that and then Green Day's gonna go up there tomorrow night and do what? That wasn't fair. I was just being a little bitch. I can't compare Gaga and Green Day. Obviously, yeah. I think my thing at the moment was that obviously there is just so much more put onto women to do a whole production and to do a whole thing. And that same pressure is not put onto bands like Green Day. But Green Day still is just very good live. And even if they're not doing like a full set and a whole production like that, the amount of energy that like Billy Joel Armstrong has, he is still doing a very like similar, he's at the same level as Gaga maybe is, but just in a different lane. So I shouldn't have compared them. That was fucked up. But I do think that that's a criticism that we can put on Post Malone. What the fuck is Post Malone doing up there? He has neither the production of a Lady Gaga set, nor the energy of Billy Joel Armstrong. And I don't really have anything against Post Malone necessarily. I don't really care about him that much. But if you were asking me, would I rather go see Green Day or Post Malone? Of course I would rather go see Green Day. Of course. Even if I didn't know any of the songs that they were going to play. If I didn't know any of the songs that Green Day was going to play, and I didn't know any of the songs that Post Malone was going to play, I would still rather see Green Day. So my apologies to Green Day. I took it out on you, and I should not have. And we love Green Day. Though they did have that whole campaign thing that they did before that like got people pissed off for like valid reason, they were kind of being assholes. They did a whole thing where they had like a billboard that was like, and no auto-tune and no Swedish songwriters. It's like, fuck off. Are we doing that still? It's like, what is it? Fucking 2002. But Billy Joe, I think I keep saying Billy Joel. Billy Joe, he did have like a brat hat on during one of his performances, which I thought was cute. I thought that was a nice little solidarity thing. And then even once, when Trey did the actual headliner sash, Charli like quote tweeted it and said obsessed. So I like that. I like that they're like being playful about it. They were cute. I would love it. If we got a Charli Green Day collab, I think that'd be so fun, actually. Especially because we don't know, and I'll talk about this too, but who's to say what Charli's next music is going to sound like? Maybe she's going to do something that could work in that genre. I don't know. But anyway, she was incredible. She had, oh wait, I think I actually do have. Yeah, I did get it. Yep, actual headliner. And then Charli said obsessed. It's cute. I like it. He does, that's their drummer, Trey. He does so well, but every time they would cut to him during the Coachella set, he looked stressed the fuck out. He looked like he didn't even know how he got there. And I think that's just his face. But it was very funny. Anyway. Charli was great. She had a lot of guest spots. She had Lorde, she had Billie Eilish, she had Addison Rae. Yeah, Trey has been a brat since the 90s. They all have. I do think that there's something about the brat ethos that Green Day can probably relate to. But Charli's been touring as well. She just ended, I think, her tour. She doesn't have any other dates, does she? I don't think so. But throughout the whole thing, there was like lines through Brat on stage. It was kind of getting like progressively dirtier, as you can see here. And she said something kind of in relation to this.
About summer again, question mark. And I was kind of joking, but also maybe serious, I don't know. But it got me thinking about how it's really hard to let go of Brat and let go of this thing that is so inherently me and become my entire life, you know? And I started thinking about culture and the kind of ebbs and flows of you know, the lifespan of things, and how when you get a level of success, you can kind of become oversaturated, and
I didn't
people
put her
want
on
you
the
to
screen.
disappear, which I understand, and I'm actually
I just had her vocals on, but you could hear everything she said. But here's
sort
her
of a
face.
believer in that, because I think it allows artists to retain their cool when they're like so in everyone's faces and then they vanish. But I'm also interested in the tension of, you know, staying too long. I find that quite fascinating, and what that does. But yeah, it's like, obviously it's hard to just be like, okay, it's over now. Like, I kind of want it to go on and on and on, because it is who I am. It's like, I've been thinking about Brat long before the record came out. I've been sat there on my own for 2 years prior thinking about how I'm going to communicate this record to the world, not just the music, but the whole visual identity of the album. Yes, music videos and photos, but also the marketing and the rollout and the language and how I communicate with you guys. And, you know, I was thinking about it in a sort of fashion drop kind of a sense, like almost the supreme model of, like, you know, giving a tiny little bit of something, a small drop of something, and then retracting it and cultivating desire. And all of these thoughts are like spinning around my head for literally like 2 years. And it's hard to like let something like that go, you know. And then I also find it interesting that you're kind of like this underdog, and then you go on this like journey of success and people are on it with you, and then you reach this new level of success and some people are very happy for you, but other people are then like, actually, wait, no, you must be stupid. You must be a vessel for other people's ideas. Otherwise, how would you have done this, you silly woman? And I'm like, my God, I wish it was like that, because then it would be, you know, like easier to just let go. I wouldn't care, but unfortunately it's all in my brain. And yeah, I kind of want it to keep going.
I just thought that was interesting, especially hearing her take on it, because she was a very kind of underground, not underground, but you know, she was the person that the cool people listened to, and now she's way more mainstream than ever. And that is a very weird thing to have to deal with, and then also to be dealing with it being a woman publicly, when people do want you to like always be so humble that you never stay in the public eye too long. It was interesting to hear her acknowledge it and talk about it. And yeah, I just liked hearing her say all of that. And it makes me very interested of like what her next era is gonna look like. Because she clearly is, she's thinking about all this stuff too, so it's like the next era, whatever it ends up being, will almost certainly have to deal with all of those feelings, the same way that like the Brat remix album had to deal with the success of Brat. She's been on this journey for that entire time, that it will most likely be reflected in the work itself. So that's exciting. I like knowing where her head's at, and she's just so articulate and so smart. We love her. And I don't want Brat to end either. But I also do want her to make other stuff, so I guess I do, in that sense. But the tour sounded pretty great. I didn't see the Brat tour, but I saw Sweat, which is the same thing essentially, but also with Troye Sivan. I would have been willing to go see Charli just herself, because really she was kind of the reason I was going to Sweat in the first place, even though I do like Troye Sivan. And I enjoyed them together. And I liked it, honestly, because there was no, like, interlude or anything, you know? If one of them was backstage changing or whatever, there was just another person on stage. And in a way, I almost felt like Troy's set kind of was the interlude. Like, it was just a little bit lower energy, where I could kind of like rest a little and get prepared for when Charli came back on stage. So Charli was the main draw, but I did still enjoy Troy. But I would have gone to see just Charli if going to a concert didn't cost fucking hundreds of dollars. I don't have the time or the money. But I would have loved to go. I would have loved it. But anyway, she also, in addition to that, she released the music video for Party For You, which is a song that was on her How I'm Feeling Right Now album. So 2 albums ago. And I love that too. I love that she's releasing music videos for old songs. I wish way more people would do that. Sabrina Carpenter has talked about how she feels comfortable doing that. And she said that even though she's like on a new album now, that if she wants to release a music video for like Juno or something, that she'll just do it. And I like that. I like that people are doing stuff like that. And I do, this is unrelated to pop girlies, but I did want to shout out, Talking Heads just released a music video for Psycho Killer, which is a song that's 50 years old. I didn't realize that the song was that old, especially because it's a classic. Like, it's just so a part of, I don't even think of it as a song that like was ever released at any particular time. It's just a song that exists, you know? It's just always been here. But I guess that makes sense that it's been around for 50 years, which is way longer than I've been around. So it's been around since I've been alive. But I think that's so funny. And Saoirse Ronan is in it. It actually is a really fun video. I wish I could play music because I do just think it's fun, but I can't because of YouTube's copyright. But if you don't know, you definitely know this song. But if for some reason the title doesn't jump out to you, I'm just gonna play a second.
Oh, Psycho Killer.
It's a very fun video. So shout out to them. I like it, and I think people should be rewarded when they release stuff that's not technically on an album cycle. And so I really enjoyed this video. I hope more people do it. Just, who cares? Time isn't even real. Release whatever you want, whenever you want. Who cares? I was thinking that too, because I have been working similar to how Charli feels like she can't let Brat go. I've been working on the same video essay for like a year, and I keep thinking, I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna move on from this thing at this point once it's actually done? But this year, because Xena has its 30th anniversary this year, I was like, oh, it would have been so cool to do like a Xena video for the anniversary. And then I was like, you know what? Time isn't fucking real. I can make a Xena video whenever I feel like it. Who cares? And the video was also just good, so shout out to her for that. But we also have the final death of Brat, I suppose. This was at her, I think, Glastonbury Festival performance. She lit fire to the Brat wall. Possibly, you know, kind of same reference here in the music video for Party For You. She lights her own, like, billboard or something with her face on it on fire. So, similar idea here. There's definitely a concept, something about burning down the thing that you're known for. Very symbolic. And does seem to represent an end to the Brat era, possibly. So she said the whole thing about like the tension of staying too long. I don't think she stayed that long. I mean, the album came out last year. But people definitely are going through their album cycles way faster than ever. So I guess in a way, maybe that is too long for a lot of people. I did see a lot of people on Stan Twitter already being kind of sick of Brat, as if it didn't come out last year. But the thing that seems to be like the final Brat's done now is not even this. But after this, she finally put all of her album covers back on streaming. Since Brat came out, if you went to any of Charli's albums on like Spotify or Apple Music, there was just like a different version of the album cover, like in the style of Brat, like how Brat has the green cover, it just says Brat. It'd be like a blue cover and it would say Crash, or it would be whatever colors they all were and it would just say the album title name. She has finally released her poor album artwork images, and they're now back on streaming. Which, even though it's not her best album, I did really miss the Crash album cover. It's so good. So I'm glad that I can finally look at that again while I'm streaming songs from that album, though I don't do that often. But I do like that album. I don't dislike it the way that some other people do. But that cover, though, the cover is so good. She did seem to kind of piss people off with this performance, though. So there were some auto-tune criticisms that she then addressed. And then, when you... This is what I'm saying about people just being so fucking critical of everything that women do at this point. So she tweeted something about people making comments about her auto-tune. People hated that she was doing auto-tune at Glastonbury. Who cares? She's singing live. I don't even get it. I do not understand this criticism whatsoever. Yeah, people are mad at Charli for auto-tune. Yeah, it's like, but if you know who Charli XCX is, she sings with auto-tune. What do you mean? And it's not even like, she's not hiding it at all. She even went on SNL and she did her whole monologue talking about how she loves auto-tune and loves singing with auto-tune. It's just like, what did you think she was gonna do? But so she tweeted something about like all these boomer takes. And then I saw on her own subreddit, this person being like, Charli dismissed critics of her Glasto 25 set as autotune hating boomers. Many internet commentators, including Anthony Fantano, have also reduced the Charli situation to a debate about autotune. This misses the point entirely. I've been a Charli fan forever. I first saw her at Wireless Fest in 2015. But her Glastonbury set was deeply underwhelming, not because of autotune, but for more complex reasons. Olivia Rodrigo, as a non-fan, frankly shamed her. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about that one. Delivering everything Charli didn't in a headline performance. So blah, 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 stuff about Glastonbury. It's a huge festival, yeah. First issue, Charli barely sang. This isn't stylistic criticism, it's about the performance itself, which consisted mainly of posing and dancing for cameras rather than the crowd. This satisfied neither the live audience nor viewers at home. We wanted to see artists perform to us. Charli's dancing was entertaining, but she isn't a dancer per se, and it's insufficient to carry a Glastonbury headline set. Fuck off. She sang fine. Like, she sang a fine amount. Come on. They make it seem like she was just up there just posing. No, she did sing. That one's stupid. And then the second issue, 0 guests. You need guests? While some artists can pull off solo sets, context matters. Coachella got Billie Eilish, Lorde, and Troye Sivan. Glastonbury got not a soul. like, it just sounds spoiled and entitled at this point. Like, because she had some guests during one show that she did earlier in the year that was in America, and yeah, I get, okay, yeah, Glastonbury is a big festival or whatever, so you want her to put in the same amount of effort. But also consider the fact that a lot of people were just already in the area, you know? I mean, ironically, 2 of these people are not American anyway, but it's still... Though, did Coachella even get Troye Sivan? I don't think they did. But whatever. But it's like, yeah, it was in California. There was already a lot of stuff happening. It was Coachella. There's like multiple weekends. It's not all just about what Charli wants on her stage. It's also about what she can book at what time. There are conflicts. There are like scheduling things. There's location problems. So just because she could get guests during one show doesn't mean that she was necessarily going to have them for the next one. And also, she's enough. Charli is enough. It's so whiny and annoying to me. This idea that, like, she has to do a certain thing or else you're entitled to complain about it. And I guess in a way, everyone's entitled to complain about anything, because that's your God-given right as a human being. But at some point, it's like, can you just let people do the things that they're gonna do? And then I doubt that person was even at Glastonbury. They probably just watched it on a live stream the same way that everybody else did. It's a free concert. What are you complaining about? It's just annoying. People just have to find, they have to find a reason. They have to find a reason. And then there was also, oh yeah, that was her thing about these boomer vibe comments. There's also been a whole lot of criticisms of her getting into acting. Now, granted, she does have a lot of stuff lined up to a weird amount. Like, I just keep seeing things about Charli XCX is going to be in a new movie, or she's producing a movie or whatever. She does seem to be making a pivot to acting. And sometimes, yeah, Charli is enough. And sometimes things like that do worry me just because of things other pop stars have done once they've started getting into acting. But also, it's their life. They can do whatever they want. I do want Charli to keep making music. She's very good at it. But if she wants to be an actor, that's fine. That's fine. She can do whatever she wants. I hope she lives her life. But the people who are criticizing her for taking all these acting roles are being so dramatic about it. And they're acting like she's destroying the movie industry or something, or that she hasn't earned any of these roles that she's getting. And I'm sorry. Are you fucking new here? Celebrities get roles in movies all the time, but they haven't earned the same way that, like, a no-name actor would. The idea that she's doing something that's, like, unique in this sense is crazy. And this one really pissed me off. This one says, Ethan Hawke is getting vindicated every day for that movie producers want Instagram followers take. Number one, the whole thing about Ethan Hawke is getting vindicated. Ethan Hawke didn't really even say that. His daughter said it, Maya Hawke, and then I think he, like, agreed with her in something once. Like, she said something about, oh, all these movie producers, they, like, look at your Instagram followers to decide if you get a role or not, which is a perfectly valid criticism to have of the movie industry right now. And then I think Ethan Hawke, like, agreed with her, and he's like, oh yeah, she's right. It's just so crazy to me, though, to, like, to credit Ethan Hawke for it when it was something that his daughter actually said first. That just feels weird. That feels a little, like, dismissive of women, that you want to give Ethan Hawke the credit for it. But okay. Maybe you didn't see Maya's initial thing. But then even then, I think when Ethan brought it up, he was like, oh yeah, I agree with my... So, like, it's just weird. But then also this whole thing, movie producers want Instagram followers take. Are we reducing Charli XCX, a pop star, to just a girl with a lot of Instagram followers? She's not an influencer. She's not like just a person on Instagram or TikTok or whatever. She's a pop star. And again, are you new here? Are we not gonna like look at Madonna's entire movie career? The fact that Beyonce's been in movies where she maybe wasn't the best actress? Or Britney Spears, who was very good in Crossroads. Just so we're clear. But obviously she got that role because she's Britney Spears. Well, she got the role because it was her story. She was behind the whole thing, you know. She came up with the concept and everything. But you know what I mean? They were willing to produce that movie because it's Britney Spears. And the same thing, Madonna, Mariah Carey, Beyonce, Lady Gaga. Some of them are great actors, some of them are not so great actors, but they got the roles because they were famous for other things. So let's not act like this is new. That Charli's doing something we haven't seen 50 other pop stars do. And this idea, too, people keep bringing up, they're like, well, we haven't even seen her act in anything. We don't even know if she's a good actress. What are you talking about? Was she not a host of SNL last year? Was she not in multiple sketches where she did an incredible job? Yeah, you maybe haven't seen her in a movie. But that's still acting. She was in sketches. She did good. She clearly has talent as an actor on camera. We don't know necessarily the limits of her talents as an actor. But to say that we don't know if she can act, we do. She's good at it. Fuck off. And also a lot of the movies that she's doing, she's like a producer on too. So it's like a creative venture for her. It's not just something she's getting hired to do. But yeah, I did see some people in the chat talking about Greta Gerwig's Narnia movie. That'll be interesting. Isn't Narnia like a Christian propaganda book series? Isn't there a whole thing about at the end? Yeah, she's performed in music videos, that's true. But isn't there a whole thing at the end of the series where it gets like really misogynistic and weird and judgy? I don't know, I didn't read those. But I know that that's like a thing. So that'll be interesting to see Greta Gerwig's take on it. So that's where we're at with Charli. Now we have FKA Twigs. Now, so she had an album that came out. It's a very good album. It is a very good album. One of the best albums of the year, for sure. My thing with Twigs, though, is that, like, every time she releases, like, anything, like music videos, I haven't really seen any of the movies she's been in, but her music, I always really enjoy it while I'm listening to it, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't end up, like, in my rotation. I don't go back to listen to it that often. So it's been a minute since I've listened to, like, the entirety of Eusexua. But it was very good when I listened to it. And it's doing very well critically. It has like an 87 on Metacritic. And it's a good album. But this is the first time that she almost certainly will be on the bracket. Let's say that. She almost certainly will be on the bracket. But I think in terms of, like, cultural relevance, in the months since I first made the list, I think we gotta drop her back down to very likely nominees. I don't know that her spot is as secured as I thought it would be when the album was a little bit more fresh. So, and I see a lot of stuff in the chat already about canceling appearances in Mexico thrice. We'll talk about it. So she put out an album, it was very good. Music videos are good, live performances are good. That's all great. She's getting into a bit of controversy, and the first one, I am going to defend her a little bit. She is Northwest in one of her songs, and then in one of the music videos, and then she was also talking about Northwest in an interview. And oh no, we're gonna talk about her post on Discord. Don't worry. So she has Northwest and all this stuff, and I'm not gonna say that I think Northwest should be in all this stuff. I think that Northwest is a child, and I do wish that Miss Kimberly was a little bit more selective and protective of what she allowed her child to be in. But at the same time, I think that Kim gets a lot of shit for her parenting that is not warranted. For one thing, I think people have a really inflated idea of how much any of like the Kardashian children are on the reality shows. They're really not on them very much. I think people think that they're like a subject on the shows, and they're just kind of not. Northwest, though, is definitely the most public of their kids. Any of them, like Kim, Courtney, Chloe, etc. Northwest is very public, but she also does seem to want to be. She has a lot of ambition. She wants to be on TikTok. She wants to, like, do stuff. She's done songs with, like, her dad. She clearly wants a somewhat public existence. And I think for Kim, that would be a very hard thing to navigate because, you know, it's hard to balance, like, giving your kid a creative outlet and allowing them to be, like, exploited and stuff. And Kim also doesn't have good boundaries on that herself. I don't think she really understands how harmful that sort of public life can be for a child, especially because she wanted to be so public for so much of her life. So I'm not gonna, like, excuse Kim, but I can see from her perspective of, like, why she wouldn't think of it as such a big deal. FKA Twigs, I think you can maybe criticize her a little bit more because she has more distance. I don't know. But then I also, the thing is, people got very, very upset about her having Northwest in this music video. And very upset about her being in the song. And they get so upset about Northwest doing anything publicly. And I just don't see that energy being directed toward what maybe Miss Beyonce is doing with her children. And that's a little weird to me, considering that Northwest is in a music video and on a song, and Beyonce's kids are touring with her right now. They are a part of her live shows every night, or at least close to every night. I keep seeing them. I don't know if they're at every single show, but her kids are like dancers on her show. That's a little weirder to me. And also, like, Blue Ivy, and I almost think that people don't even realize, like, Blue Ivy and Northwest are about the same age. I think Blue Ivy is maybe like a year older. And even then, I don't even think it's like a full year. They're like the same age. And only one of them is really getting shit for it. And I think it just has a lot to do with how people feel about the parent, that more people like Beyonce than like Kim Kardashian. But at the end of the day, it's kids that are actually, they're gonna see the things that people are saying. And I just don't know. I don't know how people think they keep getting away with this. You can't, like, be sharing stuff of Blue Ivy dancing on a stage in front of a live audience every night and be like, yay, Queen, we love it. And then when Northwest is in a music video, everyone is like, Kim isn't protecting her child. It's like, one of those is way worse than the other. Let's be fucking real. Being on tour, being in front of a live audience is so much more like stress for a child than being in a music video. I just don't get it. I don't get the double standards here. And then Blue Ivy too, and she was the star of that movie. And then both her parents were on red carpets with her, including her dad, right after he got accused of raping someone. And I'm not going to talk about those accusations whatsoever, but I still thought that was fucking weird and gross to, like, right after that happened, to have your daughter posing next to him on a red carpet. Like, could he just have not come to this one event just to let her have a moment? We have to have the child as a part of the PR campaign to be like, nope, we're all together as a family. It's like, well, your kid kind of isn't old enough to make that decision, though. So maybe just don't have Jay on the red carpet with her this one time. Whatever. So that was more of a defense of Kim than of Twigs, but Twigs is also getting a lot of shit. And I think that part of it too is just that Twigs has such an audience that's a little bit more like anti-capitalist and stuff too, and I think that audience just doesn't like the Kardashians. So this is just a weird thing for everyone to get so upset about. Now, the other things that people are upset about is a little bit, and here she was. I wanted to just put this in here. I just like that outfit. So good on her for that. We love her Met Gala look. Now we're going to criticize her a little bit more. This is the thing that people are actually more upset about, and for good reason. So FKA Twigs, if you don't know, she has a history of canceling her shows. And it's a reputation that she seems to be pretty comfortable existing with, because this is a well-known thing throughout her entire career, and she's not really doing anything to address it, because first of all, the first 2 shows of her new tour were already postponed. Bad start. Starting with 2 cancellations. She posted an apology for it on her Discord, which I didn't know up until a little while ago that she even had a Discord, but I guess she does. Is my tongue orange? Oh my god. It's from my Faygo. Oh god. Can't unsee it now. But so I went onto her Discord. I joined the Discord. Anyone can join, really. There's links of it online. You can get in there. It's the most like professional Discord I've ever been in terms of there were like functions that I didn't know Discord had. Because I've just never come across it in like a normal Discord. But I also do think that's a little weird. Like, I cannot imagine being an actual celebrity and having a Discord. I know that she's got like mods and stuff. Like, there's clearly a team or something working on it to moderate it. So it's probably not that much stress on her personally, but I just think, I don't know, that's just such a level of interaction with your fans. And I'm like, oh, that's a little too direct. When you're at that level, I don't know about that. But then for the postponement thing, I'm like, is this the only place that the apology really took place? Was just on her Discord? That's also a little weird. But whatever. So she wrote, honestly, I'm really sorry I had to postpone the dates. It really hurts my heart, and it was completely beyond my control. Tours are really complicated beasts with hundreds of people involved. There was an issue with materials for the staging getting there in time, and even though I was so defiant and thought I could figure out how I always do, this time I just couldn't. It's like, well, what do you mean what you always do? Twigs, you cancel shows a lot. Clearly, at some point, you have to start acknowledging your limitations. I don't know why you thought that you would be capable of doing this when you already have a history of not having your shit together. Prague and Berlin have given me so much inspiration. That's why I wanted to bring you Sexua and Love there first. So it hurt even more that I couldn't make it. I rescheduled the shows and almost everyone got a ticket for the first time. Everyone that got a ticket for the first time can make it to the second show, and I cannot wait to be there with you all. So that one, at least, it was just a postponement. It was just a rescheduling. But it's still just like a little... Like, really, girl? Really? But then it gets worse. So then she cancels all of her North American stops in April. Now, I saw some people trying to defend this. Here, let's read what she says first. I'm devastated to share the news that due to ongoing visa issues, I am not able to see through any of my scheduled tour dates for the remainder of April across North America, including Ceremonia and Coachella. It pains me to say this because I am so excited to bring you a creation that I have poured my soul into and I believe is amongst my strongest work, and I know this news impacts so many of you that have already made plans and spent money in order to see these shows. I promise that I am working to reschedule the affected dates as quickly as possible. For headline shows, please refer to your point of purchase for details and refund information. Back to you all with more updates as soon as I have them. In the meantime, here are some of my favorite parts of the show that we worked so hard to create. First of all, it does look very good, but I don't know why. It almost feels like you're just rubbing it in at this point. It's like, here's all the stuff that you couldn't see because I canceled your tour dates. Here's what you're missing. But then I saw, so the whole thing with the visa. First of all, I saw people trying to make it like a Trump thing, that they were like, oh, it's because of Trump changing like immigration laws. That's why she couldn't get her visa stuff together. And it's like, okay, number one, she's not the only touring artist right now who's not American. Especially at Coachella. There were a lot of non-Americans who didn't have those issues. So the fact that this one singular artist is having them, as much as I want to blame Trump, you just kind of can't in this instance. Number two, she didn't say the United States of America, she said North America. That includes Canada and Mexico. So no, this is not a Trump immigration problem. That's a little silly. Now, as someone brought up, she has a history of canceling in Mexico, especially. Which, it's not good, girl. It ain't fucking good. And then I saw some other people claiming that she was, like, lying about this. That she actually canceled because, I don't know, she was, like, sick or low ticket sales or whatever. I don't even think there were low ticket sales. Maybe there were. I'm not sure. But if she's lying, this was a stupid lie. This doesn't make her look good. It just makes you look so messy. What do you mean you couldn't? You had visa issues. That kind of seems like something you really should have worked out a long time ago. Yeah, the while not particularly funny, ironic thing is that the festival actually had to cancel the second day of the tour. Yeah, so there's some stuff that was out of her control. Yeah, it wasn't so funny because they canceled it because people died. Yeah, rough. But there is some stuff that's out of her control. But there's also a lot of stuff that is in her control. And as she said in the first Discord message, tours are a whole beast. they take hundreds of people, they take a lot of pre-planning. It's an insane thing to plan. And so in a sense, it's like, okay, yeah, this is really hard, but also other people are doing it. Other people have their shit together more than you do. And that just becomes pretty undeniable at a certain point. And it does just still suck for the fans. Because, yeah, this show looks incredible. The clips I've seen from it, they look great. And she's an incredible artist. The album is great. She's very talented. But it's like, no matter what you think of her as an artist, it has to be so frustrating to buy a ticket and feel like, well, there's a 50-50 chance that this is actually even gonna happen. Because it's just so consistent. Then, even worse than that, we go back to the Discord. She's very upset at people being upset about her. Being upset at her. She wrote, "I am your queen." And let's acknowledge for one thing, these are out of context for the most part. This is just someone like looking at her logs. So I don't know what all the conversations around this were. Maybe there was something, maybe if we saw the whole thing, it would make more sense. But she wrote, "I am your queen. No, we do for real need a Twiglet army." Because she wanted people just defending her online. Which is what it is. And she said, "Go tell them on Reddit, X, whatever, they need to sit down." And then she said, "Nobody artist on the planet has my skill set. Opera is she listed a lot." Oh, she put dog mom too. I don't know that that's a skill set. It's more of just like a lifestyle. But okay, whatever, you're a dog mom. Love that, love dogs. "And my own Twiglets are gonna try and turn on Mother? Why? Because of 2 very unfortunate rescheduled shows and some mainstream attention? We should be celebrating right now. You should be out there supporting me and being proud to be part of this fandom. You are winning and you can't even see it. Too busy in a parasocial nightmare. Wake up." The parasocial nightmare was where she really kind of lost me. Because I'm like, girl, you're in a Discord right now with your own fans. What are you talking about? This is something that I've seen a lot of people start doing recently, where they just use the word parasocial to mean don't criticize me. Like, if you're a public figure and someone starts criticizing you, you're like, oh my god, you're being so parasocial right now. Stop being mad at me. Stop being upset with me for something that I did. You're being parasocial. But also, she wants people to defend her, and she's referring to herself as Mother and saying she needs a Twiglet army. So, like, you want them to be parasocial. You want them to have that attachment to you, to defend you. You just don't want people to criticize you. Which is also kind of crazy, because it's like the touring issues are directly affecting them if they bought tickets. That's not parasocial. That's just like being upset that you didn't get the thing that you bought. Who is she discussing? She's discussing her Twiglets is what she's saying. And again, maybe there's more context to this in the full Discord. I didn't go through the logs, so I don't know. But she's saying, and my own Twiglets are going to try and turn on Mother? Well, yeah, I mean, they're the people buying the tickets that you keep making irrelevant because you keep canceling the tours or rescheduling them. I think that, like, at some point, it's kind of normal for people to get frustrated. Especially when it's like, if it really is true that the reason that the shows got canceled was because of some problems with her visas. It's like, well, that was preventable. that was something that you could have just gotten your shit together. It's not like she got sick and couldn't do it. Which if she did, like, that would be totally reasonable for her to cancel. That's an unforeseen thing. This is like, no, you just didn't get your shit together. And it's kind of as simple as that. And then she said, well, the fans are destroying the real artists because being an artist and knowing how to manipulate online perceptions are two different skill sets, and artists just want to make work. It's like, okay, yeah, but again, this isn't just about manipulating online perceptions. This is about you delivering on the service you promised you would provide. Now, I did see some stuff that I guess she hadn't had like a manager or a touring manager throughout like most of the process that they were putting the tour together. Like, she was literally doing it herself, which I sympathize with because of course that would be such an impossible thing to try to do yourself. But you could have hired a manager. No one was stopping you from doing that. It's just a little frustrating. And I'm not even, I never bought the tickets, and I don't follow her that closely for it to really affect me. Oh, wait, here, I think we see. This is from the other one. She said, the truth is I work so hard on you, Sexua. Every detail, Jordan and I stay up all night planning every single last typeface, logo, word, color grading, edit, message. Lewis and I did the same thing across the record. Every last decision was planned down to the last drop. It has taken me years to make this, and as someone said earlier, I haven't had a manager or a team for the majority of this era. Just Jordan and I and the kitchen table at 2 a.m. It's like, well, but you should have gotten a team. If you were gonna do a whole tour, the album is one thing. If you could make the whole album by yourself, more power to you, that's great. But if you're gonna do a whole tour, get a manager. Get a team. So yeah, I can only imagine how the little twiglets feel right now. But I did also want to point this out too. Because Kelly Clarkson, who I just added to the potentials, she could be in the running, I don't know. She was last year. But I think for me, I think of Kelly so much more now as like a TV host than like a pop star. But she is still making music, and I think she put out an album this year. I didn't listen to it, but I think that she did. Or a song at least. But she was going to have a new Vegas residency. And she canceled within like 2 hours of the show. Which is rough. Now, she had a better excuse. She said, we have been working 24/7 to make studio sessions the most intimate and extraordinary experience with and for my incredible fans. I am beyond grateful that you always show up for me, and I am devastated to have to postpone tonight and tomorrow's opening at Caesars. The prep and rehearsals have taken a toll on my voice. I want the shows to be perfect for y'all, and I need to protect myself from doing serious damage, so I am taking this weekend and the next week to rest up so that we can deliver what you all deserve. The show is truly incredible. The musicians and singers are outstanding, and I want us all to start out strong. I can't wait to be back next weekend and show y'all what I've been working on. She did that within 2 hours of the show. Like, in some sense, of course, if it was going to damage her vocals, that could fuck up the rest of her career, and it also just is a part of her normal health, like in her day-to-day life. And especially, she very much cares about singing. That's something that she is protective over. So, makes sense for this to be a reason to cancel, but I just don't know that you didn't know that that was maybe what needed to happen before 2 hours before the show. But I don't know. Genuinely, the more I think about it, and I really try to, like, think about it, like the lived experience of it, number one, I can't believe artists tour at all. It sounds so, like, exhausting. Now, this isn't a tour, this is a Vegas residency, but just in terms of, like, tours. The whole thing is just crazy. Like, as Taylor Swift has talked about before, it's like your whole life is planned ahead of you for like a year or 2 years, because you know that like I have to be at this, in this country, in this state, in this city at this time for this show. And then also on top of that, you have like these health things, especially with singers, like their voice is their instrument. And so if you're going through any sort of health thing, like just a cold, or even, you know, there's different places, especially like outdoor stadiums, the like weather will affect your voice in different ways. And the more I think about it, I'm like, I can't believe anyone does it. Tours, residencies, the residency, at least, like, you know, there's some stability in that. You can kind of have a life around it a little bit more because you're not traveling all the time. But it still is kind of crazy to be like, oh, yep, I'm gonna be ready to sing tonight, or tomorrow, or the next week. So I don't know. It's like, on one hand, of course I think people should be able to cancel shows if they're not feeling well in any way, even if it's just like a mental health thing. Because that is a crazy thing. Like, you're going to be in front of thousands of people. It's an undertaking that I don't think we should take so lightly, to just be like, well, just do it. Just perform. Just do it. At the same time, all these people that bought tickets to go see you, and also probably made travel arrangements, even if they get their tickets refunded, how many people were in Vegas just to go see that? And now they don't get any of that money back. And in a moment like this, where concerts cost so much, that's like that's your entire like vacation budget for a lot of people. It just sucks. It sucks for like everyone involved. And I can't believe, I feel like we've been seeing more people canceling shows and stuff recently, or at least I've just been noticing it more with like Chapel, with Twigs, obviously, with this, plenty of other people. And in a way, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's good. Like, I don't want people to hurt themselves. Like Gaga, you know, I love Gaga. But she performed with COVID multiple times. I don't even want to bring it up because, like, I don't want to set her up like that, but she did do it. And she also admitted to doing it. She shouldn't have done that. She shouldn't have done it whatsoever. Especially since there was a bit during that show where she walks through the fucking crowd. But Gaga always had that mentality of like, oh, you just keep performing. And not only did she put people at risk of COVID for that, but even before that, she like fucked up her hip. And then had developed fibromyalgia from it. And how many pop girlies do we know that have like almost all of them have fucked up their knee at some point? The knee injury is so bad for pop girls. And I think Benson Boone at some point, he's gonna fuck up his knee. He's gonna fuck his knee right up doing all those flips. But they really injure themselves. And again, the whole thing with the voice. Your voice isn't always going to be ready to perform at any given moment. But there's a mentality that you got to go back out there and do it anyway. So, I don't know. We're in a weird spot where telling people to like push through definitely is not it. We don't want that. At the same time though, concerts cost more than ever. And at some point when people are putting so much of their life on hold to go see a show, it does suck that things are getting canceled a lot. And then also I saw someone say something about the Lana shows. We'll talk about that when we talk about Lana in a different stream. But yeah, that's a different thing. She's not canceling. She's showing up physically. But are the tickets worth it? Arguably no. What I think the solution here is, though, I think we should just stop doing tours, period. If you want to tour, you can tour. I'm not going to stop anyone. If they love touring, which some people do, like Green Day. Green Day clearly loves touring. They are always on tour, and they're great at it. But I also just think that, like, we just shouldn't be putting so much pressure on people that, like, you have to tour your album. I'm seeing people do that with, like, Miley Cyrus, even though she's very blatantly stated that she does not like being on tour. She doesn't enjoy it. And people are still like, oh, your album's coming out. Why aren't you touring? It's like, well, fucking listen to her. She doesn't want to. And then I also saw people, too. Benny Blanco had said something about how he doesn't like touring. And I saw Selenators, or whatever they call themselves, being like, oh my god, Benny is stopping Selena from touring their new album. And I don't even know if you're a Selena Gomez fan. I don't know how to tell you this. Your girl is never going on tour again. It couldn't be more obvious. Selena Gomez clearly doesn't, not only does she not like touring, it seems like Selena Gomez does not like performing at all. She doesn't want to perform anywhere. And that's fine. I don't think that should be an expectation that artists have to perform to promote their albums. We should be okay with them not doing it. But I think if people want to do a performance, but they don't want to go on tour, or they don't want to do a residency or whatever, I would just love to see it be more normalized. To just do like one concert, maybe a few concerts to get some good footage, and do a special. Put something up on like a streaming service or just your own YouTube channel. You can do that. You can even do the thing where you do like the, you know, like you buy this movie or rent this movie or whatever. You can still like have a paywall if you want. Or better yet, put it on your own fucking website. I don't know who needs to hear this, but your website doesn't just need to be a page for links to all your socials. You can put other stuff on there. People used to do it. Websites used to mean something. Put your tours or your concerts onto your websites. Now, I know that's easier said than done in terms of the music industry with masters rights and everything. A lot of times the label has final say over recordings like that. Like Hollywood Records stopped Hilary Duff from releasing a tour DVD for Dignity. But I don't quite understand why that isn't where we're moving in general. Well, why does everyone need to tour? And why does everyone need to have their shit on like HBO or Netflix or something? Like, just put it up on your own fucking YouTube. There's more avenues to release content than ever before. And still everyone just wants to do it the same ways. But I don't know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, most of the money comes from touring, so there's extra pressure. Yeah, and I think, but it's just like, it's making everyone so miserable, clearly. Some people really just don't like doing it. And at that point, once it becomes more normalized, like, do I think that Selena Gomez will ever do a full live show again? No. But do I think that Selena could maybe do like a backyard session or something? If that was the expectation, that you just release like some sort of live thing for an album, maybe. There's an untapped market here. But that's the final word on that. Tours are hard. So, you know, in some ways, respect to Twigs for doing it at all. But she should get her shit together, because it is getting a little much. Still, the album is good. Anyway. We're going to close off with a few other girlies that are not as... These are not on, like, the most likely list. I think Renée is... Let's see. Where do I have Renée? Renée, I currently just have in possible nominees. I think I could maybe bump her up, but I'll give it a minute. I'll let it soak. I'll let it simmer. We'll see how we feel about Renée in like 2 weeks. But yeah, currently I have her on possible nominees. She was on the bracket last year. She did seem to lose a bit of momentum in terms of not really taking the publicity she was getting for the Mean Girls promo campaign. I hated that Mean Girls movie so much. Oh my god, it was so bad. But the promo campaign was cute. She was cute on it. There was the whole thing about, you know, her not having media training, blah, blah, blah. She performed at SNL. She did that song with Megan Thee Stallion. So she was having a little bit of a moment that she just didn't really do a whole lot with. But she's doing some other stuff now. So I guess it's good that she's trying stuff currently. But, you know, we can't criticize the girls too much for timings. There definitely are girls who took longer to capitalize on a moment. But she did... Oh, I wanted to find... I literally just want to show the album cover. Or not the album cover, but the single cover. It's this one right here. It is so, like, 2000s. It reminds me so much of, like, Hilary Duff's self-titled album. And the music video for this song is pretty good. It's called Leave Me Alone. The song is whatever. The song is pretty basic. I do like the music video. Lots of hot girls in it. If you're sad that JoJo Siwa is bi, Renée seems to be a full lesbian, so maybe that will do something for you. But she's cute, and I like the cover. I like it a lot. The song is fine. The video, also pretty good. But the album, the single cover, the cover art, that's something. That really speaks to me. She did an AMA performance. I don't know what it is for her with me. I like her. I like her in interviews a lot. Like, when I watch her in interviews, and she's done a few interviews recently. She did one with, like, Z-Way. She did Amy Poehler. She is very likable as a person, but there is something about her, I don't want to say she's inauthentic, because I don't think that that's accurate. And I also think that inauthenticity is something that people lobby at women constantly in ways that are not fair, especially like Addison Rae. But there is something she kind of tries to attempt somewhat of like a grunge-ish thing. She's like trying to be kind of grungy, and like, I mean, look at that face right there, like where she's doing the like it's like, oh, kind of like, I don't even know, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like it doesn't totally, it feels out of place to me with the very strong theater kid energy that she definitely does have. And she is a theater kid. I mean, she was in Mean Girls because she was in the play, the actual like Broadway show. She is very much a theater kid who is kind of like doing this sort of grungier stuff, but in a way that, I don't know, it just doesn't match the theater energy for me. It there's some sort of like weird dissonance that I can't quite put my finger on. But there's something too about the fact she did that song Leave Me Alone at the AMAs. The AMAs, so Republican, so conservative, so like strong in the military propaganda. Oh my God. And just so safe in terms of the music and the performances on the stage. It was just boring. But she was there doing her little like leave me alone bitch song, though she didn't actually say bitch because you can't say it, I guess, on CBS. And it just, that felt very fitting to me of like, she's the edgiest person that network TV is comfortable putting on broadcast at this point, you know? Especially like in the Trump era where everything's getting a little bit more conservative. It's like, this is the grungiest we can get. It's just Renée Rapp. And so, I don't know, it's just not totally hitting with me. At the same time, I do like her personality. And again, we are not just talking about music, but we're talking about meta-narrative. And she's fun. She's fun in interviews. She was arguing with people on her Instagram recently. Love that. Love celebrities arguing with people on social media. I think there should be more of that. And also something else, and this is music related, but she did some performances on the Today Show recently. And again, because like I said, she's just kind of like the edgiest person that network TV can deal with at this moment. So of course she's on the Today Show. But I think more people should be doing Today Show performances. I love a Today Show, a Good Morning America. We gotta bring it back. We gotta get the girlies on those rounds. Because I will wake up for the right person. I will get up at 7 a.m. to watch, not Renée Rapp, but somebody. And I think that we need to bring it back. People used to do this all the time. They used to do Today Show performances, Good Morning America performances. We gotta bring it back. I know I just said that whole thing about like we shouldn't be so hard on people like not wanting to tour and stuff, and I do still think that, but if people could just go and do a few TV performances, because that's all I want, is I just want like something that everyone can watch. If we can just get a few more girls onto the Today Show and Good Morning America, and maybe some late night shows too. But there's something extra charming to me about a morning show. I don't know why. I just like it. I like a little Today Show concert series. It feels, I don't know, it's cozy in a way. There probably is something in there about like my childhood or something, and like watching the Today Show before I went to school. I don't know, but for some reason I just like it, and I think it's cozy. But she ends it by being like, because she has, part of the song is, she says something about you could have been getting head, and she ends up by being like, you could have been getting something I can't say on TV. And it's like, that's the vibe of Renée Rapp. Is like just edgy enough to make the reference, you know, but also it's still TV appropriate. but she's being ironic about it. She's like, she's just edgy enough. I'm sure it works for a certain crowd. But I appreciate that she even just went on the Today Show at all. Then we have Tyla. This was her Met Gala look. Her Met Gala look, didn't love it. And she had a great one last year. Last year she did the like sand one. That was real cute. This year, this wasn't it for me. But she's someone who I think probably does have a younger audience, because her stuff doesn't come across my way that often, but she clearly is doing it for somebody, because she's in those like Coca-Cola ads when you go to the movie theater. And I don't think they put people in there who aren't like hip with the kids. I didn't like it. She looks gorgeous. Like, I think her makeup and her hair, those look incredible. But there's just something about like the fit of it where it just didn't fit the right way for me. It's just a little bit too, I mean, you can see right there, it's like loose and bunching up. And I also I don't know, it's just kind of boring. But she looks gorgeous. If you just zoomed in on like the face, that's perfect. But yeah, it wasn't, as Ophi said, it's just not quite as dramatic as the sand one. It just lacked a little bit of that extra something, you know? But she must be doing it for kids, because she's in the Coca-Cola ads, and then she also hosted the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards this year. Now, I don't know, because I don't know that her music is necessarily kid appropriate. And not that I think it's fine for her to be there. I'm confused about the marketing of like, is that the audience you're aiming for? You want kids? I just don't get it. But spending power, I guess. Kids are where it's at. You start making kid content on YouTube, that's where you get the real money. But it's weird. Now, she did get into like a small amount of controversy this year, and it's not really a huge deal, but it was also just kind of telling. So remember when I said that thing earlier about Zoomers not having a whole lot of knowledge about like pop culture before their time? So a show that she did at Coachella, I guess. I didn't watch her Coachella set. But she wore this outfit, which very much looks like another outfit worn by another pop diva, Miss Britney Spears. And people were like excited about it. They're like, oh my God, Britney reference, we love it. She then went onto Instagram and said, or not Instagram, Twitter, love her, but I just thought the outfit was fly. No inspo. And then someone else commented something, and she's like, personally, I think you should shut the fuck up. And I do support her on that one. She should have, yeah. I love that she said that. And I think more celebrities should say that. But it is like a little, and I'm sure that she wasn't inspired, but it's like, girl, did you pick the outfit out yourself? No. Your stylist probably picked that out. So like, whether or not you were inspired, I think your stylist probably was, because it's so I mean, come on. What are we talking about? Of course. The details of those two outfits aren't similar at all. Yes, they are. It's the same, like, color scheme. And it's the same, like, the dangly things. There's no way. This is the thing. Do I think that whoever put it together did it with the intention of making a Britney lookalike thing? Maybe not. But there's no way that a stylist who put it together wouldn't notice. Anyone who, like, knows pop culture, they would look at it and be like, oh, that looks like Britney's Slave For You outfit. The colors are the same, but Britney doesn't own blue and green. No one said she owns blue and green, but it's the whole thing. It's the shorts, it's the length of the shorts, it's the dangly things by the side, it's the whole thing together. There's a reason that everyone, once they saw it, were like, oh, that looks like Britney. Not even the hair says, okay, it's not all. Do you think that we're talking about, like, that she's doing cosplay? Like, no, she doesn't have to look exactly the same for it to clearly be inspired. There clearly was someone on her team noticed. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be a one-to-one to be inspired. Inspired is such a low bar. There's definitely an inspiration here. And it's such an iconic outfit that there's just no way that you wouldn't notice. And I think it's fine. But the no inspo thing, I don't care that much. Other people got very upset about it, as people on Stan Twitter do. But it is just like a little bit of like don't say anything. Just don't say anything, really. Because the no inspo thing makes it seem like you didn't even notice that they look similar. And that kind of points to, like, a lack of reference. And I think that is a problem with a lot of these younger girls, is they don't totally... A lot of them don't really have that many references. Now, Tyla, I don't know about because I'm not as familiar with her career, so I don't know what she's said. I don't know her work as well to, like, say who she is or isn't being inspired by. But I think there's a lot of other artists where, like, I've seen, like, Tate McRae is a big one, where I've seen enough of Tate McRae's work to say that, like, by this point, I should know who Tate McRae is inspired by more than I do. Yeah, and exactly. This is something I think is making Sabrina do so well. Sabrina knows her history. Yeah, there's some artists that I think Addison Rae also is someone who, like, really, really knows. Like, she is a stan. And, like, when I look at Addison Rae's stuff, I'm like, oh, I know exactly where Addison's inspirations are coming from. Because it is obvious. Because she is, like, a student of popular culture in that way. I look at Tate McRae, and even though I maybe see some references in, like, the, It's Okay, I'm Okay music video, there definitely were some references to, like, Britney and some other people, mostly Britney. That music video, I could say, has a lot of references, but when I look at Tate McRae's output as a whole, I'm like, I don't know what she's going for. I don't know what the vision is. I don't know who she's inspired by. And then, like, with Britney, if we're comparing, like, Tate McRae to Britney, which people are doing because they have kind of similar performance styles a little bit, though I wouldn't say that Tate McRae even seems particularly inspired by Britney. There's references in some of her work, but I think the references even then seem to be coming from, like, directors more than maybe Tate, because I just don't see the through line throughout her entire career. But if you're comparing Tate and Britney, which people do, Britney, if you go back to the beginning of her career, it's very obvious who she's being inspired by. It is so clear that Britney was, like, a student of, like, Madonna and Janet Jackson. It comes through in her work. And I don't think a lot of these younger girls, well, not a lot of, I would just say that there's a few of these younger girls who I think are struggling because of that. And I think that, like, Sabrina Carpenter is not struggling because of that. And I think Addison Rae is doing a lot better than a lot of people thought she would do because of that. But you look at Tate McRae, who is a very technically talented person, who's a very good performer, but who isn't ever quite hitting as mainstream as I think people think she should, because I just don't know that she has the same kind of vision or the same kind of references. Yeah, and Olivia Rodrigo, clearly inspired by Taylor Swift. Also, I would say Olivia and Taylor too. A lot of like Alanis Morissette. Like there's a lineage that I can see with Olivia, for sure. And the same thing with Britney, and the same thing with Sabrina, and with like Sabrina. I don't know what it is with Sabrina. And I know that she's mentioned it in a few times that she was like really inspired by Christina Aguilera. But and so maybe it's because I like logically know that, and they've done some stuff together. But I don't even think that's just it. Like every time I look at Sabrina, I'm like, that's Christina. And they don't have the same voices. Christina is obviously more of like a powerhouse in the vocals. But there's something about them where I'm like, yeah, I can tell. I can just tell that Sabrina Carpenter loves Christina Aguilera. Tyla references Aaliyah as an inspo that I can see. Maybe if I listen to Tyla's music more, I could see that. But yeah, I do think it's somewhat of a problem with these girls that are like just slightly not quite hitting as mainstream as you would think looking at some of their work. Because like Tyla obviously is talented. And Tate McRae is obviously talented. But it's like, I just want to see them. I want it to be more obvious to me what their vision is. Other person who is a potential Pink Pantheress, I might have her. I don't know if I have her in Possible or if I just have her in Very Likely. I think I just have her in Possible for right now. She's doing good. I like her. She did come up last year. She wasn't a part of the bracket, but Usher was. And Usher's son at one point had like DM'd her from Usher's account. It was like real cute. So Pink Pantheress has come up before, but we haven't really talked about her music. I'm not super familiar with all her music. I did listen to some of her new like EP mixtape thing. Very good. I liked it. She's a song called Illegal that, not to bring Britney back up, but the lyrics are like, this feels kind of illegal or something. And it always, when I hear it, it makes me think of when Britney did a cover of Let's Give Him Something to Talk About during the Vegas show, and she had like a handheld mic, and she sang live for the first time in like years. And as she was holding the mic, she went, this feels kind of illegal. So every time I hear that song with Pink Pantheress, I just hear that in my head. I hear Britney going, this feels kind of illegal. But I like her new songs. She also had a Glastonbury set, was pretty good. Something that I think is very interesting about Pink Pantheress, and I don't know, again, I'm not super up on like the lore or anything, so I don't know if this is a thing that other people just knew about her. I did not, but someone saying not familiar with Pink, which songs to start with? Well, she just released like a whole EP mixtape thing. I don't think it's a full album, but it also does, it's got enough songs that I think you could pass it off as a full album. It's called Fancy That, so you can just go check that out. It's pretty good. But this is something that I did not know about her, that I guess she's like a chess champion. She won, this is some like under 25 thing. I guess she's just really good at chess. Didn't know that. And that's honestly kind of my, this I just found out about recently, but every time I hear about Pink Pantheress, it's always just the weirdest stuff of like, how did she end up there? She's also she's pretty funny. I follow her on Twitter, and she, like, there's this meme, this is her face. If you've maybe seen this face before, people use it as like a reaction image. That's her, and she wrote, "It's been long enough. What emotion is this photo meant to represent? Is this a reaction pic? If so, what reaction? Are my eyes edited in this? Where did I post this originally, and how did you find it, please?" She's pretty active on social media, and she is very funny and cute. Someone made a rumor about her saying she was arrested for having human remains in her house, and people believed it. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the thing, is that like, I just hear random stuff about her. I'm like, I don't know how she ends up in the places she ends up in. I don't know what about her I've heard is true. Apparently she's really good at chess. She's fun though. She's real cute. And then she said she would love to collaborate with Charli XCX. And really, if you like Charli XCX, you should listen to her, because it is kind of like in that realm of like hyper pop-ish, electro pop stuff. It is pretty good. And Charli wrote, "Well, hello. I would love that collab. That would be perfect." I really, really hope so. Yeah, okay, Forrest Gump. It is very Forrest Gump. But anyway, that's pretty much it. Now, we do end every stream. We didn't do it during the Hassan stream, but every other stream, we end with an honorary pop girly. Now, the honorary pop girly can be anyone who is just not a pop girly. So this could be a musician who just doesn't make pop music, or it can be like an actor, it can be someone who doesn't make music at all. It can be whoever, just someone who's not a pop girly. So, our honorary pop girly this time, they do not make pop music, but they do have a lot of videos of them singing pop music, singing along, which I think amplifies their honorary pop girly status. They are clearly paying attention to pop music. They've like done videos online of them doing Abracadabra, done some Billie Eilish. They have an appreciation for pop music, which we do love. And that does help them in this instance. So our honorary pop girly this time, it's none other. I wish I had like a drum roll. It's Tiny Chef. I love Tiny Chef. I've always loved Tiny Chef. And so if you're, I don't know how far spread this is, but he kind of went viral on Twitter recently. Not in a great way. Not anything that he did wrong, for sure. But he was wronged, and people are upset about it. Oh, I thought it was going to be Kyle MacLachlan. It could have been. That is definitely, I see why your brain went there. And he might be an honorary pop girly at some point. But no, Tiny Chef, I've been seeing him on... Oh shit, apparently I don't even have the link here. I've been seeing him on TikTok for a long time. And also my mom will like send me stuff on Facebook. I think he's really big on Facebook. But I knew who Tiny Chef was. But then he this is sad. I guess he had a show on Nickelodeon. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that he had like an actual show, and I don't know what came first, like his social media presence or the show. I love how I keep saying he, like it actually is just one person. It's like obviously it's a team that people are putting this together. But I guess Tiny Chef has a show on Nickelodeon, or had a show that got canceled. And this is how they decided to announce it.
Where's brother Tiny Chef here? Hey, Blacka Wodan, Blacka Ewan. Ready to cook up some more episodes? Blacka the brilliant Blacka. Canceled? Bloody me canceled. But listen, Blueberry had training, but you behave on set by promise. But I have black ears that will blow your minds. I've been... But we brother Blebby. But about Wob. Brother Jen. Cake. Patty. Brown cake. Where? But all my friends. Right. I understand. I love you too. Bye.
So yeah, that got posted. And then I saw so many people on Twitter being like, I don't know who Tiny Chef is, but I'm furious about this. We need to bring Tiny Chef back. And I guess I didn't know he had a TV show, but it had never occurred to me that like Tiny Chef hadn't permeated every corner of the internet. I guess I had never seen him on Twitter. Once I thought about it, I was like, oh yeah, I guess I've never seen Tiny Chef on Twitter. But he's just so big on like TikTok and Facebook. And I have a friend who always sends me like Tiny Chef stuff. So I don't know how, I think maybe that's even just how it ended up on my algorithm. It's just because she kept sending them to me. And then my mom also will send me. On Mother's Day, I was with my mom and my grandma, and somehow like Tiny Chef came up in conversation. Something they were just talking about like Facebook or something, and they're like, "Oh, and I love Tiny Chef." So like I just thought that everyone knew who Tiny Chef was, and then I found out once this happened that apparently no, a lot of people on Twitter did not know Tiny Chef. He's so delightful. It really go watch any Tiny Chef video. They're always a good time. And he does, like, I would love to show you the videos where he's, like, dancing to Abracadabra and stuff, but that's gonna get claimed. I checked this. This did not get claimed. But, yeah. Tiny Chef is wonderful. But, yeah, his show did get canceled, and it is very sad. But the video did well, and they raised a lot of money. $100,000. This is him with all the money. They did, so there's a lot of kind of mixed information out there, like misinformation, I guess, because they had said something about like they were saved, and I think a lot of people thought that that meant that the show was saved, that it was like coming back. Oh, you saw a Tiny Chef video with Free Britney in the background? That's so cute. I do think, because I was looking it up, and I think the main person behind it is a woman. I couldn't, there was like 3 names attached to it, but I only saw one woman like really giving an interview because she was talking about that video. And she said that the inspiration for like when he gets down on the bed and cries, she said that that was inspired by when her dog died. And she was like, I just remember like, I think it's like the physicality of it, of like you're just trying to go about your day and then suddenly you're just like, So, and that's sad, but like, you know, that is good inspiration for anything, you know, your real life. And it did feel very real. Like I I really felt like Tiny Chef was crying. I really felt for that little guy. But so I do think that it probably is someone, there's people behind this thing that have a lot of like pop culture references and stuff and somewhat feminine interests in terms of the pop girlies, which we love. But so they said something on their Instagram about them being saved by the fans. What they meant by that was just that they now have like their social media back, or not back, but like they can secure their social media and keep posting on that, but they don't have a TV show anymore. So they still are canceled on Nickelodeon. I don't know that there's any, it doesn't seem like anyone else has really picked them up, but maybe they're at least in like negotiations or something with someone. I don't know, because this stuff did go pretty viral. So I have to imagine that there's an interest, that there's someone out there who's like, we want Tiny Chef, like Netflix or Hulu or somebody. But it is like a kid show, so, you know, who knows? It could just kind of slip through slip through the cracks. Because I don't know. I just don't know anything about the kids' TV market. But at least Tiny Chef has their social media back. But we love Tiny Chef. Okay, yeah, thank you, Ophi. So it got a show after everyone begged Nick to put it up, but the fan base is still on socials, not actually watching the Nick show. Yeah, that kind of seems right. Because I've known who Tiny Chef is from the social media stuff. I didn't know they had a TV show. But yeah, it's like, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to watch Nickelodeon? No. But I think, like, I don't know. I don't know the whole... I don't know what the, like, gimmick of the show was. I don't know how the show operated. But I would watch, like, 30 minutes of Tiny Chef. If you put it on Netflix or something. It probably, honestly, would do better on, like, a streaming service. Because that's where people who are on social media a lot would be more likely to watch it. No one's watching Nickelodeon. I mean, I'm sure there's some people watching it. There's, like, kids watching it. Oh my god, did I mute my mic? Did I mute my mic? How long have I muted my mic? Did I? No, I didn't. I muted a mic, but it wasn't my mic. Yeah, it would probably do better on streaming. But I'd watch Tiny Chef. Okay, good. Now everyone's telling me they can hear me after I've already figured it out. That's what I hate about the delayed chat. Because if you couldn't hear me, it would have taken 30 seconds for you to even alert me about it. But they did win an Emmy. So yeah, justice for Tiny Chef. I hope Tiny Chef finds a new home. And something... Oh, apparently I'm not even following them. But that's it. That's our update for today, for this week. Hopefully I'll be back, not next week, but the week after. But if I'm not, I'll be back at some point on some Sunday, at some point at 7 p.m., most likely. On some Sunday at 7 p.m., I will be here. And I will also at some point be on the Members Live, which will be at either the end of the month or the beginning of next month. So I'll be around. I'm also still working on my Ed Gein video, obviously. I do think I'll have the prologue done at some point. Well, obviously, at some point I'll have it done, unless I die. I get so worried about that, you guys. I'm constantly worried that I'm gonna die before this video comes out. And I have no plan on dying anytime soon, but you never know. It could happen at any point. It's going to happen at some point. And I really hope I have that video done by then. But anyway, the prologue will be finished somewhat soon-ish. I have some more things to do with it, but I also am nearing the end of the prologue, and the prologue takes the longest of the whole thing. Once I'm done with the prologue, I will upload that for members, and then I will work on... It's if you haven't heard me explain the whole thing before, it's like a 5-part thing. It's 4 parts, but then with the prologue, so that's 5 parts. So as I finish each part, that'll go up for members, and then once the whole thing is done, then it'll go up publicly. But that'll take a minute. Hopefully, I just want it done before that fucking Ryan Murphy show comes out. But he's gaining on me. But it'll be done at some point. Again, unless I die. Anyway, thanks for being here, everybody. Good to see everyone. And also good to just talk about, you know, pop music. Obviously, politics and stuff, it comes up, and we're not going to fight it coming up. But with everything going on, with Trump, and everything else, it is nice just to listen to pop music and care about pop music for a little bit while the rest of the world goes to hell. Well, good night.